Hello, chat. Are you ready for the audio test? The audio test is just me talking and seeing how many people say, hey, your mic is messed up. Because I'm pretty sure the game audio is transmitting fine. It usually is, after all. Hello, chat. It's Warp Day. You can tell because Otis is here, I guess. So, how are you, chat? I hope everything is going well today. We've got some murder to do on the Warp Express today. Hey, your mic is messed up? Oh, sorry. I can't tell if you're actually lying or not. I need somebody else to confirm. If my mic is mixed, you want to know what I do to fix my mic? I literally just unplug it and plug it back in. That's all I have to do. But it hasn't gone wrong in a long time, so. Alright. We got step 1. The things I do to make Limbus content. Last night, before I went to bed, I did a Mirror Dungeon normal and 2 Mirror Dungeon hards, so I had enough currency to buy Heathcliff. Because I don't want to do the event without the event IDs. Are you crazy? And some people are like, oh no, you spoiled yourself on some of the stuff. Let me show you. Alright, if we just scroll down. Where is it? Is it not in normal? There we go. I haven't picked the Murder on the Warp Express pack. I am completely blind going into this update. I haven't seen anything new about it. The only thing I know is I've been to this menu. Because I bought some thread. But we're gonna start out by just getting the 2-star.
이야, 시간 한번 더럽게 잘 가네.
Today's slow as shite, isn't it? Alright, that's step 1. This team is not exactly correct. Oh, yeah, it is. Actually, now that I look at it. Yo, Coffee! Thank you for the $10. I mean, 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate it. How are you, sir? And or madam. I think it's sir, right? He's so eepy, it's so true. Now let's level him up. Oh, God. Right. It's like, what? 30 silvers? No, it's 33 silvers. 33 silvers, 58 golds, and the rest is blues? Yeah, that's right. Why did this decrease? Hang on. 33, 58, max. Okay, I guess it's like actually averaging them, which is neat. And by that I mean, I'd rather spend the silvers. You're good? Good. This is good to hear. Thanks, PM, for giving Heathcliff his first actual charge ID. Alright, everybody's getting banned from chat. Alright, let's see Uptie 3 Heathcliff.
뭐야?
From what I've heard,
몇개 챙겼다고 벌써 저 세상으로 가버렸는데?
these IDs are both very cracked, from what I am able to tell. We are going to go over them at both Uptie 3 and 4, because I'm not doing a review so that I can do it on the stream. So I want to make sure it's informative at least. Liff. The tags? What? What's wrong with the tags? I did put murder as one of the tags. That might kill the algorithm a bit, but... Heathcliff. It is one peaceful afternoon. The child slowly turns his head to the side at the voice calling his name. He's been staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. Heathcliff, come on. Are you planning to zone out for the rest of the day, too? It's lunch already. It's only lunch? Bloody hell, mate. What a slow day. He's become more British as the game has progressed. I've noticed. The office fills with amused laughter as the child begins pulling his hair with all 4 of his hands. Maybe the laughter made the child feel a bit self-conscious. He quickly attempted to change the subject. So what is it? Why'd you call me? We're going out for lunch at Ham Ham Pang Pang just around the corner. You coming with? Nah, I ain't going. Enjoy your lunches, lads. Huh? Really? I thought you loved fish and chips, their new seasonal menu. I've seen you go for that every lunch for a while. Okay. I don't know if anybody in chat has been to Ham Ham Pang Pang, but do they really have fish and chips on the menu right now? Oh yeah, the ID tags. The ID tags are so cool. It's so cool that Hook Hong Lu is specifically weak to N-Corp Sinclair. I ain't hungry. Oh, don't tell me. Did you replace your digestive tract with a prosthetic too? Ugh, I could never bring myself to do that. Oi, that ain't it either, yeah? He raises his voice in a burst of frustration before dousing it with a heavy sigh. I just have a lot on my mind today, that's all. Well, then, give us a call if you change your mind. I don't mind picking one up to go for you. The coworkers left the building, leaving the child all on his own. Why are actual nice coworkers in the Project Moon universe? What is wrong with this story? With no one left inside the building other than the child himself, the room was completely silent save for the sound of ticking clock hands. No noise of tapping on typewriters, calculators, or even pens scratching against the paper. Nah, ain't that a bother. Maybe I should have left my eardrums intact. What? He absent-mindedly rubbed his ears, which had been recently replaced with a prosthetic. Then he went back to staring blankly at the ceiling. The child's been having funny thoughts as of late. It ain't there anymore. The fun of battle, it's gone. Violence was an old friend of the child ever since his backstreet days, but it's never felt this dull. A good singular strike used to make him laugh with exhilaration. Facing down a powerful enemy used to make his competitive spirit burn brightly even as he grumbled. Of course, when he cooled from the heat of battle, he'd go back to his usual self, thinking things that an average person might think, not wanting to go as far as to kill someone, for example, or maybe that he might have gone a punch too far. But he's been getting less and less of those thoughts as of late. The same was true on the day he participated in a contract expedition. You crazy son of a... You almost lost your arm just there. Yeah, whatever, mate. I'll just replace it if that happens. Boss lady's got dozens of backup arms at the ready. You must have lost your mind. The child was, as per the terms of the contract, battling a syndicate of the backstreets. Some among them were... Among Us? Some among them were using prosthetics as well, but most of them had them installed at workshops of judgy quality. And there weren't all that many of them anyway. Most syndicate henchmen reacted with the same horror as they faced the child. Attacks that other fixers would back away from, the kind of sweeping attacks that would help make room for them to momentarily regroup. You daft? Keep stabbing at my arm and you won't ever hit my circuitry where it matters. None of them even fazed the child. Instead, he gladly took the hit and continued to advance closer to his enemies. A destroyed arm, a punctured shoulder, none of that was that critical. You could simply replace them within minutes. The child, a fixer with prosthetics, did not care no matter how much damage he took as long as he had enough cash. The battle was easy, of course, but the child was bored. Even after a grueling battle, all he could think was, oh, we won. Even as he stabbed his enemies forcefully with his spear, all he could think was, oh, there he goes. The fact that none of the violence inspired anything other than the simplest, most surface-level observations was mind-numbingly boring to him. Still zoning out, Heathcliff? The child snapped out of his dry reminiscence of the expedition when his coworker called over to him. The child was about to thank his coworker for so kindly bringing him a sandwich, but he looked down, noticed his coworker wildly swinging all 4 of his arms while pointing at the table. He'd spilled his cup of coffee all over the table, drenching the report he'd spent the morning writing. Huh, did I spill that? Who else, man? How should I know? I don't feel heat. Okay, but isn't that report due today? How are you so okay with losing your entire morning's work? Kraken, more things to waste my afternoon on. The child's face was contorted into a frown. Seeing that, the coworker quickly pushed the child away from the desk, swiftly cleaned up any surviving documents, removed the cup, and wiped down the table. All that task was rather quickly and competently done, once all 4 arms of the coworker got to work, and only when the table was squeaky clean did he return to his seat. The child watched all of it in flabbergasted silence, let out a hollow chuckle, and then leaned back in his chair. Huh, maybe I should quit. An utterance full of emptiness. He's been spending days upon days sitting in the office, save for the days when they'd go on work on a contract. He'd only planned to work here for a little while before quitting, but he's been unable to bring himself to get to the last part of his plan. Where else would I work for? Go. What a bother. The multi-crack office, which was composed only of fixers with prosthetics, was a comfortable space for the child. Spilling hot coffee at someone was no big deal here. He could also hold conversations about replacing his arms and legs without making things awkward. Maybe it was the sense of camaraderie within the group that made him feel awkward every time he left the premises of the building. Grabbing piping hot items without hesitation, walking for hours upon hours without ever getting tired. It was those little things, those minor details that have been making the child feel a sense of alienation ever since he replaced most of his body with prosthetic parts. Well, I suppose I ain't going anywhere without my family. Wonder if we'll pick up any interesting contracts today. Waiting and waiting for a small pebble to make the tiniest ripple in his tedious, uneventful life, the child looked back up at the ever-so-familiar ceiling. Days rolling, clicking bike-like cogs in a machine. The child was merely growing used to that kind of life, the life in the city. Nice to see the first Heathcliff ID story to acknowledge his change from losing influence of Kathy over his life. I don't know if that's actually what it's doing. Oops. No, we gotta go over that. Okay. We got skills to look at, starting with passives. Charge model L37. 3 envy owned, gain 1 charge every time this unit consumes 10 cumulative charge count in this encounter. I feel like every charge ID is going to have this from here on out. It seems like it's a pretty standard thing nowadays. Yeah, cogs, I immediately went Church of Gears, but no, this isn't the Church of Gears, so that doesn't make any sense. And then at turn end, at 2+ charge, gain a haste next turn. That's decent. He's got good speed. -1 defense level, average HP. And then charging module installation, 7 envy owned, making this the most expensive owned passive in the game, by the way. Number 1 deployed ally, max charge count +5, and when conditions are met, this effect will remain activated until the start of the next turn. I don't know any practical use for this. Having a lot of charge is always good, but over 20 seems excessive a little bit. So I don't know if this will ever have a practical use. I'm yawning already. We just started. Which one do you sacrifice, damage or healing? Healing, every time. Might have different styles of charge potency, like imagine a unit that gains it every time they charge over the cap. That seems, like, difficult to control, though. I don't know if that would be the case. It's just a 10 to 14 block that gains 3 charge count once per turn. That's alright. Skill 1, 3 to 11 slash wrath skill with 2 coins, 40 S-2 activation. On use, consume 5 charge count to gain 1 coin power, so that's what, 3 to 13? And then both coins give 2 charge count on hit. That's alright. Skill 2, Photoelectric Mark, is a 4 to 13 blunt envy skill with 3 coins. I have to yawn again. This is what you miss in the recordings now, by the way. I literally yawn so much at the start of these reviews that I have to cut most of them out. Hello, Utku. You did not... Did it just break, or did you type the emote wrong? When using skill 3 on W Otis, it would put her at 10 charge, meaning she can use skill 2 with the conditional. Don't know any other real uses. I'm not even sleepy. I've been awake a while. On use, at 5 to 9 charge count, consume 2 times 10 minus the current charge count % HP to raise charge count to 10. and then consume 10 charge count to gain 1 coin power. So if you have 5 charge, this will always get the coin power. Coin 2, on hit, if this unit consumed charge count, inflict 2 defense level down. Coin 3, inflict 1 HP healing down. Same turn, don't know why. And on hit, inflict photoelectricity equal to charge up to 3. Photoelectricity says max value of 3. When this unit is hit, the attacker gains charge count equal to the value. And if the attacker has 5 or less charge count, they gain 3 additional charge count. And then on turn end, the effect expires. This can give W. Merceau 15 charge count with skill 3. By the way, in case anybody didn't want to do the math. So it auto-fuels his skill 3. Why does Limbus Star Company look weird today? Is this like Honkai aesthetic? It doesn't really seem like it. And then skill 3, Photoelectric Harpoon, is a 4-12 blunt gloom skill with 4 coins. I feel like we haven't seen this roll range in a while. At 2+ charge, coin power +1, so I can make it a 4-16. Coin 2 on hit, gain 5 charge count. Coin 3 on hit, gain plus charge times 3 charge count up to 9. And then coin 4, inflict photoelectricity equal to your charge up to 3. Oh, 1 instance per skill? Does it say that? Oh yeah, once per skill. Dang. That would have been really funny. Oh well. It does. If you use skill 3 then, at 0 charge, it does fully pay for the rest of the skill. In that case still, so that's still pretty good on him. That's Butler Faust roll range? Yeah. But yeah, that still automatically fuels the last 3 hits of that skill, so it's still nice. Uptie 4, we're just gonna do this, by the way. I don't think there's a thing in this banner that I'm not getting to Uptie 4. So. At Uptie 4, this skill does not change. Am I wrong? This didn't change at all, actually. This skill is literally the same. Passive. At 3+ charge, gain an additional haste and a clash power up. That's pretty good. I know this doesn't change. +2 base and +2 coin power, and it becomes Envy for the defense skill. Skill 2. Gains the same effect on coin 1 as on coin 2, and inflicts another HP healing down. Oh, it gains another coin power as well. Skill 3 gains 1 base power, 2 more charge on the second hit, can gain an additional coin power from the charge on self, and inflicts 1 blunt fragility for every 2 charge up to 2. Expecting 300 lunacy from another Dimension Shredder ego? I already got 300 lunacy from a bug fix, so I'm assuming it already got handed out. This ID seems pretty good. It seems very, very strong, actually. Like, if the fight lasts longer than 5 turns, this is insane. If it doesn't, it's still probably pretty good. Anyways, that's Heathcliff. But we've got 2 more new things. We will not be rolling, because I never do. Event. Multi-crack office rep Faust.
이 계획에는 다수의 결함이 존재합니다만 파우스트가 이 합점 투성이 계획을 완전 무결하게 만들어드리죠.
The most attractive Faust has ever been is in this artwork right here. Alright, let's look at her. Yep. let's pretend that I didn't end that sentence when I didn't mean to. Okay. 33, 58, the rest. Once again, I would rather spend the silvers for the rest of it. This ID is silly. I know, people were talking about it in Discord last night, and I was reading along with it, and yeah, it seems very silly.
의뢰 목표를 처리했습니다. 이번 원정 의뢰도 철저히 준비한 보람이 있군요.
That looked very not animated, but cool. I've seen the roll ranges. They're certainly ridiculous. Several noises are present at this child's desk. Sounds of fingers tapping on a keyboard and a pen tip scratching against the paper among them. A fixer, armed with prosthetics, nervously approached the child and presented a set of documents before her. The child took them with one hand, barely paying any attention to the fixer. Their budget proposal has been reviewed, but several points of necessary adjustment have also been identified. Yes, ma'am. The fixer shuddered a little, dreading her next words. While this child was generally of a gentle disposition, she was very strict when it came to documents and numbers. It barely mattered how many times the office employees reviewed, proofread, and meticulously checked every little detail of their reports for typos and miscalculations. They could never stand proudly in front of this perfectionist child as they presented their reports to her. And just as the fixer had dreaded, the child stops and loads up numerous data graphs on her monitor even before moving past the first few pages of the document. It feels necessary to note that the purposes of this contract expedition extend beyond the contract itself. Part of it is to expand the office's partnership via business meetings with T-Corp, and the other is to attend inventors' conferences to establish partnerships with new trading workshops. Ah, yes. Actually, I did take that part into account when setting our budget. I made sure to prepare more than enough funds to... It appears that each participant in this expedition is universally assigned a 24-hour day budget. However, each participant must be assigned hours specifically tailored to their roles in this expedition. Please note that we will be meeting with workshops of varying wealth brackets, some located within nests, some located within the back streets. Oh. Research the average daily hours for T-Corp upper class and backstreets inventors. Oh, and you have neglected to include a list of workshops that the office seeks to visit. The fixer froze in place. If it weren't for his prosthetic eye, he would have been constantly squeezing his eyes shut, cringing at each pointed criticism she made. Most of the office's contracts have been with P-Corp, so your ignorance of T-Corp's idiosyncrasies is understandable and expected. What is impressive is Faust's knowledge, which lies far beyond the average metric. The child briefly glances at the fixer before saying some very unreassuring words of reassurance, but she also pointed to a part of the document before complimenting his work. It was her own way of giving him a carrot after a series of sticks she just delivered. That's not how that saying works. That is literally not what that... You put the carrot on the stick and then dangle it in front of them. You don't give them a carrot after you give them a bunch of sticks. That's not... It's a wordplay problem. There's nothing grammatically wrong with it, but I still take issue to it. Using the warp train is an acceptable suggestion, however. Set apart a week of her schedule and contact the Seven Association to conduct on-site surveys. Do not forget to verify that information yourself, of course. Just as the fixer was about to respond, she motioned him to stop. And after a long contemplation, she began. I understand what it means. Expand the warp train budget. Ma'am, that budget is more than enough. W Corp is running a promotion for economy class tickets, so that would normally be the case indeed. However, the child gazes into the air for a moment before closing her eyes to think. She does that often when she's trying to understand something that's not so easily understood. I may be traveling in a first-class seat instead. Seriously? The fixer raised all four of his hands, surprised by her request. The child looked away from the documents at the fixer's overreaction. She glared at him, her eyebrows lowered, with a look of perplexed disdain. Is there a problem with that? No, it's just unexpected. I just thought you would consider a first-class seat a waste of money. Like, what's the use of all that luxury and the immense budget if you only get to enjoy it for just 10 seconds? That's horribly inefficient. Oh, he did not know. On that, I do agree. However... Oh, well, It is how it is. I do not quite understand what the Gesellschaft is thinking. Gesellschaft? Oh, I don't remember what this word means. I know Shaft means, like, boss. Sometimes. I've seen this word before. Oh, it literally just means company. Okay. Shaft? Are you feeling shafted by something, boss? No, it's nothing. Be shafted by me, if you know what I'm saying. What? In any case, update the proposal as per my request and place it on this desk by tomorrow morning. If you believe that is too much workload for you to handle within a day, wake up Mr. Heathcliff from his workday nap and ask him to assist you in proofreading the document. They just let him have a nap every day? That is German for trust me. Okay. A rationally developed mechanistic type of social relationship characterized by impersonally contracted associations between personals. She's talking about Faust. What do you mean, bruh? Heathcliff, wake up. Yeah, what? Please, tell him to get himself a cup of coffee or any substance of the like from the break room. I didn't yawn. Yes, ma'am. As the fixer dragged the sleepy child into the break room, this child rose from her seat and slowly walked to the windows. Past the full glass window is a view of numerous tall buildings emblematic of the northern architecture. On the streets are people, so far and so small, almost ant-like in the child's eyes, busily walking through their daily lives. The child sips on her cup of coffee as she reviews the adjusted plan, taking in the view, so that she could perfect the plan even further using Faust's knowledge. And the meticulously crafted plan began paying off almost as soon as the contract began in earnest. How's that arm still intact? We hit him with the explosives. We have been informed that the T-Corp backstreet syndicates often make use of inventions of more explosive variety. Model 40Y-3, specifically crafted to withstand high levels of heat and shock, was indeed a good choice of gear for this contract. The child's prosthetic eye had already finished mapping out the interiors of the dark warehouse. Just as she identified the trajectory of the bomb and where it flew from, she rushed forward and casually swung the two great swords attached to her prosthetic arms. And in a slash, their supposed leader's head was separated from his body. The henchmen began charging toward her and the prosthetic fixers with short swords and spears, but it was all a useless struggle. Whenever they managed to break their arms, the fixers would simply replace them with new ones. Let us move a little faster. We have a business meeting scheduled in 2 hours. It wasn't long before every single one of the syndicate's henchmen was on the ground. However, the child did not even spare a moment to celebrate, and instead walked toward one of the doors of the massive warehouse that the syndicate was guarding. A lamp that returns colors. I have never seen one this bright and large. Now the impressive magnitude of the contract sum seems more reasonable. Just as soon as the door swings open, the sepia-toned room immediately begins filling with brilliantly varied colors. The spectacular scene was enough to catch the attention of other fixers as well, who were finishing off the remaining syndicate henchmen. This thing is massive. I don't think we know if we have enough collective horsepower to, you know... Oi, boss lady. Do we really have to deliver this ourselves? Of course not. The Devyat Association was already contacted and informed that we would like for them to deliver this item to our client. When the hell did you... never mind. The scuffle wasn't as exciting as I thought it'd be. Right? I thought we'd struggle because we were all out of our elements here at T-Corp Backstreets. A grin of a nigh unnoticeably slight arc appeared on her lips as she proudly crossed her arms together. The office fixer's response was that of unmitigated respect. This can all be attributed to Faust's meticulous and flawless plan that eliminates all uncertainties and variables. And your contributions were also of some help, however minuscule they may have been. She did not forget to impart a few words of encouragement, fashioned in her very own unique way of delivering them. She's so annoying, man. Faust is undeniably one of the more attractive sinners, but she's so unbearable to talk to, right? Oh, she is a low HP ID. She is a low HP mid-speed ID. Very cool. Alright, skills. Passives. Electrocurrent Dismantling, 3 Envy owned. Gain 1 charge every time this unit consumes 10 cumulative charge count, so the same. At 2+ charge, deal charge times 3% more damage up to 15%. So it minimum 6%, maximum 15% at 5 charge. On kill, this unit and 1 ally with the least charge count gains charge count equal to charge up to 3. Prioritizes allies that consume or gain charge. So she's a charge support. This is almost certainly better than W Faust. And then the support passive, Auxiliary Dismantling Current, 5 Envy owned. When 1 ally with the least charge count kills an enemy, the ally gains 2 charge count. That is awful. I don't know what it is. All the charge support passives are just terrible. For some reason. It's ridiculous. Playing through the event as I listen, not as saying anything, but my goodness. All I know is that Don Quixote is trending on Twitter, and that's the closest thing to a spoiler I've gotten. Like, we knew she was going to be important to the event because she talks in the trailer, but still. Defense. Gains 2 charge count 2 times per turn. This is a average guard. Skill 1, 40Y-3 activation. It's a 3 to 11 /+ skill with 2 coins. On use, consume 5 charge count to gain coin power +1, and then second coin gains 3 charge count. It's a decent skill 1. It's actually worse than Heathcliff's. What would it take for you to use a bleed team through this event? What's my insurance monthly payment? I'm not gonna look up anything. Like, I'm playing the entire event today, chat. This isn't gonna be a 2-stream thing. We're going all the way. Okay? I don't want to play a bleed team for this event. I already kind of had it set up that I was going to use Envy Resonance Charge mix. And I'm kind of excited to use that team. But if you want to give me money, I will take it. Sorry. Skill 2, Charge Countercurrent. This is the skill that's insane. It's a 4 to 16 Blunt Envy skill with 3 coins. At 5 to 9 charge count, consume HP to raise charge count to 10. Again. And then consume 10 charge count for 1 coin power, so 4 to 19, which is pretty good. And then coin 3, at 3+ resonance, including this skill, so it has to be Envy Res. Consume all charge count on self and deal charge plus 3% more damage for every charge count consumed by this skill, up to 120%. I did do the math last night. You need to consume like 24 charge at 4 potency in order to get the maximum for this. Could you please stop streaming for a few minutes? I need to go to the bathroom and don't want to miss anything. We're only going over the IDs. You don't need to worry about it. Don't fall for bleed propaganda. I wasn't going to. And then skill 3. 40Y-3 charge. It's a 4 to 16 blunt gloom skill with 4 coins. At 2+ charge, gain 2 coin power. Awesome. So what is that? That's 4 to 24. Coin 1, gain charge plus 4 charge count up to 7. Oh, you know what? There's a big problem with that. If you don't have any charge potency, this doesn't give you anything. So, if you don't have any charge count, this also doesn't give you anything. So you have to use skill 1 first. Just take the phone to the bathroom. So true. Non-centrism was going to be a given no matter what, since their Kanto is next. So true. I'm gonna check it out at Uptie 4. And at 3+ charge, deal 4% more damage for every charge. 20% boost on the last coin. That's significantly less impressive than the 120% boost here. But false. It does. 0 + 4 is 4. It actually counts if you have none. That's hilarious. They don't normally do that. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure none of these have new sanity effects, by the way. Uptie 4. This gains an additional coin power when consuming charge, so this becomes a 3 to 15, which is pretty good. Skill 2 gains an additional coin power, so it becomes, what, a 4 to 22. Charge plus 4% up to 180%. That is 50% more powerful. Coin power +1 for every charge, up to 4. Yeah, this can be a 4 to 32, if I did my math correctly yesterday. And you gain an additional charge count, and you can gain up to 1 more charge count maximum for each of these. It deals double the bonus damage on the final hit. Final hit inflicts 1 envy fragility next turn, and at 2+ charge, inflict 1 more envy fragility next turn. Yeah, that's 16... No, that's unconditional 17 charge count, actually, which is crazy. This becomes a 12 to 18 and gives 2 more charge count. The combat passive, if the target is at less than 50% HP, deal charge plus times 5% additionally increased damage. She didn't need this. And on kill, it gives 2 allies instead of just 1. And then the support passive gives an additional charge count. Yeah, she seems pretty broken. This seems like... I will not lie to you, this ID still feels very boring. But it does seem insanely powerful, yeah. Okay, one more piece of the puzzle. Not extract. There is one more piece of the puzzle, and that is Dimension Shredder Otis.
눈을 떼지 마라. 한순간이라도 놓친다면 영원히 방황할 테니까.
I like that they're giving way better art for the ego nowadays. If this was released in Season 1, this would be Otis standing still with a rift behind her. Instead, she is standing on the rift. Oh yeah, we are using Otis today, by the way, chat. Because, of course we are. Why wouldn't we? Let's get this to thread spin 3. Run telepulse so we can game? I know! I would never run fluid sac, chat. Don't get it twisted. I would never do that. Okay. Whoa, it costs Wrath? Since when? Dimension Shredder Otis is a he ego for Otis. So it competes with Ebony Stem and... what's the other one? Holiday? I like Holiday, but you probably don't need it. It's a 21 to 30 / Envy ego with 3 weight and +5 offense level. Costs 1 Pride, 3 Gloom, 1 Wrath, and 4 Envy. That's 9 resources, but it seems pretty strong, so it's probably... yeah. You would? Yeah, I would. Faust Telepole is hot. Why wouldn't I run it? Before attack, at 3+ highest resonance, gain 1 attack weight, so this is automatically an Envy res ego. Before attack, at less than 10 charge count, consume 15% of HP to gain 10 charge count. This damage does not reduce this unit's HP to 0 and it rounds down. Before attack, consume up to 40 charge count and deal +1% more damage for every charge count consumed. Up to 20%? Wait a minute. It can overconsume. It can overconsume charge for no bonus, is what this says. I know the last hit of her skill 2 eats all charge, but it's still damage bonus before the attack connects, because it's from a passive. So it still boosts the skill. And then we've got on hit, inflict charge -1 dimensional rift. So immediately this does nothing if you're not using Warp Otis. Up to 2. I still think they're cowards for capping this at 2. It would have been so funny if it was like 5. Or 4 even would have been really nice too. On hit... oh, wait a minute. On hit, gain 1 haste and 1 load next turn for every charge. Max 2 of each per skill. Oh, per skill. That's so lame. This literally always gives you 2. And then on kill, gain 2 charge count. This is saying max 2 of each per skill is so lame because it already hits more than 2 targets. So there's literally no point. I mean, load is nice on an ID that can spend charge pretty frequently, I guess. Corrosion is a 32 to 19 /NV skill with 3 weight. Targets randomly and indiscriminate. At 4+ highest resonance, gain 1 attack weight. At less than maximum charge count, consume missing charge count times 1.2% HP to gain up to max charge count. Max charge count obtainable from this effect is 30, and this damage does not reduce this unit's HP to 0, and it rounds down. Consume up to 40 charge count and deal plus 2% more damage for every charge count consumed. Again, its maximum bonus is from 20 charge count consumed. But okay. On hit, inflict charge -1 dimensional rift, same. Gain 1 haste and load next turn. Okay, so all of these effects are exactly the same in the corrosion. And then the passive, Rambling Man, max charge count +5. Skills that consume charge count deal 2% more damage for every charge -1 up to 10%. Very strong passive. This means that outside of mirror dungeons, theoretical max charge a unit can have is W Otis with 30. Because it means that you can get 5 from Heathcliff's passive and 5 from this. And that's it. Even if Dimensional Rift was uncapped, it would still suck for Rupture Team because W Otis has no Rupture count. That's true, but like... Talisman Sinclair doesn't really have any Rupture count either. I know his skill 3 can inflict 1, but he's not really known for count. He's known for potency. You need people in the team that can inflict potency. Not that Otis can do that either, to be fair. But since most of her skills are only 2 coins, they don't need him to rupture too hard, I guess. Alright, Thread Spin. At Uptie 4, it gains an attack weight inherently. Gain highest resonance -2 attack weight up to 2. So this can be 6 weight. I did say this is the strongest slash AoE we have right now. Consume 10% instead of 15%. Charge count consumption can max at 30%. You gain 3 of each instead of 2. Nice. The corrosion is also 4 weight with the same bonus here. Missing charge count % HP. Okay, so you take 0.2% less damage per charge count missing. Caps at 60% damage. Oh, wait. Hold on. Why does the corrosion cap at 4? Okay. Weird. What about Contempt Awe? There's no saving that ego. Talisman Sinclair just needs to apply Talisman and Idle. That's all the potency you need. I know. That's his point in a Rupture Team. That's the whole reason you have him. I will uptie this because, again, I think it's the best slash AoE we have. Just in general. Okay, chat. Now, if we're going to run NV Resonance with Charge as a sub-engine, I'd say Contempt Awe is stronger due to it being 2 coin and having the damage bonus from the self buff. I dislike how they make hyper-specific egos for basically one ID like this one. This is like one of the only ones that's that specific. What other ego is that specific? Because I can't come up with any off the top of my head. But what I said was, if we're going to run NV Res with a side of Charge, there's a handful of ego that I need to uptie right now. The first 2 are Dawn, Electric Screaming, and Telepole. So I'm gonna uptie those now. Thankfully, I really like these egos, so I don't mind. Bell Bullet Heath? No. Dimension Shredder for Yi Sang. Wrong. The second one is Don Quixote's Telepole. And I am, in fact, doing this exclusively to give it attack weight. Because I don't really use this ego very much to begin with. Suddenly one day? No, you don't bring him. Can I switch the cost of Ebony Stem and Dimension Shredder? That would be nice, yeah. That's the other thing, is that, Charge doesn't really fuel... Or Rupture doesn't fuel Dimension Shredder very well. Why are you only now telling me that this is new? I've had it equipped. Okay. Next, are you kidding me? Next is Merceau's electric screaming. And there's actually one more, but I didn't have enough resources for it yet. I really need to uptie Heathcliff's telepole because it's just a good ego. All it really gains from Uptie is more skill power when spending charge count. But that's good. Has anyone translated the text that shows up when you Uptie things? The only problem with STEM is the 4 pride. Why? Why is that an issue? But yeah, I should either Uptie telepole or AEDD. AEDD gains attack weight, which will make it a lot more useful, actually. Oh, he's fast. I need to Uptie this. Okay, chat. You're all going to yell at me. Ready?
점심은 보통.
First things first, I need 190 Heathcliff shards. That's almost as much. Give me 21. Give me... What's that, 17? Right? No. That's 27. 9 more. Great. Thanks for that. Oh, good. Holy boxes? I had 2,000 boxes before this event started. Going to yell at you for not saying hi to me? Hi, Jewel. I saw you earlier, I just didn't say anything. Isn't Multicrack Heathcliff really strong? Yes, that's why we're doing this. Now, I'm also short on thread. I don't know exactly how much I need to do both. That's 100... No, that's 150... Equip both of them. 150 plus 130. So I need 280 total. This is where you're gonna yell at me. Gregor is not getting another ID this season. So who cares? You know? Should I shard multi-crack Faust or save my boxes? You should shard, probably. There's thread in the reward shop? Cool, I'll get it after the event's done. He also has a guard, so that makes him cheering the coffin attack easier. I mean, yeah, that's true. I did see that Cooley beat 648 with the new Heathcliff as soon as he was released. Imagine if Greg gets a Valpurgis ego. I mean, he might, but I can't shard it if he does. Like, that's why I have all this lunacy and all those free pulls, is so that I can get everything from Valpurgis Nacht. And realistically, I should uptie this too, but it doesn't gain hardly anything, so I'm not going to. You know? Okay, so there we go, Team setup, done. The active team is going to have... Oh, I should equip Red Eyes Open. What does Red Eyes Open gain when uptied? Gains more power, more damage if the target has enough bind, which will never activate. This doesn't feel like an ego I need to uptie right now. I'm not even going to bring Ryoshu in the active team. She is there for the effect boost for the event. Skill issue Greg would have had another seasonal ID? No. Uptie 4 sack is copium? I agree. I don't think you would ever need it. It's either reindeer-ish or Pequod-ish. And I don't think I'm going to bring Pequod-ish because I just don't have... The only problem with bringing Ishmael at all in NV Res is that she doesn't have an NV ego. She really needs one to be good here, but... No. Now, technically, Pequod is just better, right? Because of pursue them to the end. I don't know, maybe I do bring Pequod, actually. I wanted to bring R Corp because she has a gloom skill. That's why she was in the team. Bonus is capped at 120%, so you don't even need her there. No, that's true, but I know this event has chain battles, so I would rather have Ryoshu as a backup. Let me make sure everything else is uptied. Also, why would you uptie this to 4? Like, what is it? It gains additional dimensional rift? You don't need that. This ego is just as good at uptie 3 as it is at uptie 4. You just do not need to uptie it. Though I will equip it, because I just noticed... Oh no, I do have it equipped. Run Crow's Eye. I don't have a reason to run Bygone Days. I guess we should have a Sinclair that is, like, usable in the back. What does a Sinclair do on the bench again? Nothing. Okay, well, that's fine. Just so we have somebody to go into in case that Sinclair, in case people die. Also, yeah, let's check these out before I start. New phrases. While there are numerous deficiencies to this blank, it will be honed to perfection. Something about how having a blank helps dull the fear in combat, I think. And do not avert your eyes, let you be ensnared in an eternal blank. And then new words. Plan, prosthetic body, and wandering. I mean, they're kind of okay. I've done this event without using the chain function. I assume it's possible, yeah. It would be weird if it weren't. Okay. Murder on the Warp Express. I see W Corp employees and I see multi-crack office fixers. And I can't make out the people that are sitting here, so. Stages! There are 15 stages, and there's not a dungeon in this one, right? So this is actually going to be decently long. Having a creamer dulls your fear in combat? No, not really. First class. You don't even need to select all IDs? I know. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P Corp. That's in the north of the city, by the way. It's like next to Y Corp. Why did you turn French? Why not? Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but... Dante, please respond. There's... First thing I saw when my vision returned was a perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train. Which could only mean now that we're stranded in some lost, unknown dimension. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but... What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of an highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago. Our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incident at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Verily, I must have misheard thee. I'm certain you heard me right, Don Quixote. We are now en route to the T-Corp warp train station. The warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there, indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Did a distortion pop up at one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs. But no. We are boarding the warp train to get to P-Corp. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get to their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful more often than not, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Game finally has an English dub? I'm just talking. You must be wondering how I got into this situation. Intro music starts. What, is this an episode of Malcolm in the Middle? Like... I know that's not where the reference comes from, but I think that episode, they did have episodes that started like that. Though I have very dim, if present at all, recollections from the time during which I wear the identities. It can be determined from the conversational records between the manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind Warp Train's operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh yeah, it's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories? I also heard that the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eyes. Of course she's excited to go there. You can voice act books, you know? I would love to be paid to do that. Looks like I arrived just in time. Just finished the event myself a few minutes ago. Congrats. We just finished going over all the new stuff. If this was an English dub, we'd have subpar memes and references out the wazoo. So true. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identities, memories, or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember that when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. I assume this is literally just because it wouldn't make sense in regards of N-Corp. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities. That's true. So it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. Imagine if somebody gets here with none of them. It's theoretically possible. I can pay you $10 for leading L'Étranger. I don't know how to speak French, so that might be difficult. How are you, Sasich, by the way? I guess they would need it because then you would probably have more Earl King situations where the identity may have some power over the sinner. Yeah, that's probably true. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your alarmed response and possible incompliance have already been accounted for. Faust? Then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known this all along, as no knowledge of is out of Faust's reach. As expected, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train, so what is it? The bus. Oh, what about this bus? There's no way that this thing fits inside a train car. Charon vetoes too. No one to feed Mephi when Charon's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier. First-class passengers? What, the seats for those pompous toffs? Even on normal trains, you've got those sods whose proudest accomplishment in life is planting their arses in first-class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Hey, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first-class seats before either. Right, he did come from a rich family, didn't he? Seriously? Did he say that? I'm like, 5-word review on the new IDs? They're broken. Isn't the ticket for a single first-class seat as expensive as 3 or 4 months' salary of a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle paying for all of our fares? The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff, like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes. They are flash freeze hibernization capsules, to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to point B. The trip will be over in the blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrence is quite seldom. Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip just the guide and Quran into the first-class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. Well, the problem with that is you can't put Dante into an economy seat. Right? He's too important to actually risk losing in that way. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to those seats. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the warp train to get to our next mission, alright? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right? I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about. For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first-class car. If they can even attempt to open it, I mean. I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who'd been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess with the other cars blows over. I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances were in the gutter and... Oh. A true adventure is not without its hardships. Yet, even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, the hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed, indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant they could ride in the first-class seats. I will board the train if I must. Of course you will! Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Virgilius pretended to not hear Ryoshi's question. Very well. And I assume that we are all in agreement. Let's go. I have a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? Out with it, lass. Beating around the bush ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is, in the first-class seats. I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water? Oh, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time? 'Tis no gossip. Forsooth, I have overheard aught from those who we have walked past ere today, and when one of them inquired, you know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man. What, am I stupid? I imagine she's just not speaking happily when she says these things. Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me. I've never been on one of these before, either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Rocinante, not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante for such to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Oi, you little... I implore thee, O illustrious red gaze, prithee grant me thy permission and allow me to board with Rocinante. Really? I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff, but this time he responded in a somewhat serious, if tainted by that familiar annoyance tone. Fine. Keep your shoes on. Yeah, I imagine her taking her shoes off is not good, considering she doesn't take them off. He probably stinks. The Northern Fixer. Wouldn't the real joke be if Ryoshu actually became, like, saintly and kind at the end of the ride after thousands of years? Resonante. Don't the VAs play the game sometime? I know Heathcliff's VA does, and I know Hong Lu's does. I don't know if any of the others do. They are stinky? I believe so. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh ho! So this is... Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them? I've got nothing. Oi, know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Merceau with his chin. Why not just ask Faust? Otis's VA is a VTuber? Yeah, I mean, that happens a lot, right? Wouldn't be surprised if Don's feet have foot fungus on them. So true. Taking your shoes off is the same as taking off a limiter for other characters. Otis VA is a what? Why does this surprise people? She does wear those shoes and her N-Corp ID inside her metal boots. So true. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from their respective nest's architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Merceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Merceau! Young Merceau! Excuse me? Lo, is that passenger over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the Western population. While that individual's cloth-based style is something ubiquitously observed throughout the population of North and South, they are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must take a record of thy lectures. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in loose-fitting outfits, understandably so, given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Whoa! 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums. You're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audibility frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who's never even seen a warp train before. Damn it, I'd take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose my target, and now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. Guys, is it that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? Ryoshu's VA also does the female gunner voice in Dungeon Fighter Online. Voice actors do a lot of voices. Expect crossover. And the ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Whoa, watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those forearms around, each holding a weapon to boot. He would know, I guess. Prithee, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, yes. Stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes, and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Ah, indeed. 'Tis grand, this city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess the city really is full of people with full-body prosthetics. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Huh? Wilt the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us? W Corp policy demands that those with the title of a fixer of a color must board a train specially prepared for them instead. Oh, plus or something? That's a color for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes. It's a safety precaution, if I remember correctly. Charon wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi'll be lonely. I already told you that you can't go on. On 3 separate occasions in which I bought you those multi-flavored candies, humans are not allowed aboard the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust. Yes. Vigilius, after exchanging a knowing look and nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance to our train car. Damn. Whoa. Hey, our colors are starting to come back. Oh. Hey, these must be the fabled complimentary food and drink of the first-class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. Ruiner reference, that story where a color... Yeah, they mentioned in the W Corp cutscene in Ruina, they said one time a color boarded the train with regular people and trained the rest of the people to fight. And they needed to call R Corp to deal with it. It wasn't Iori. They didn't say who it was. It was just a color. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by a rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cell walls during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell wall breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change or by ice crystal growths of hydrogen molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware. Even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from the said problem. Boy, you've got some real talent in dragging out something so simple as, yeah, it's safe. So many words. Seriously. It's an actual concern for implementation of hibernation by freezing, blood and liquid inside of cells expanding as it's frozen and rupturing blood vessels and cell walls. Yeah, I could see that being an issue. You would use, like, blood thinners first, probably, in order to prevent stuff like that, right? I like to believe it was a Vermilion cross so that he has some lore. He has some lore. He's friends with, the one guy. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. She took it as a compliment? Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Wait, there was something odd about the way she phrased that. As far as Faust is aware? Are you saying that it could go wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There are certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak to facts, what is said may not align always with the truth. Okay. They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. B-Corp's way up there in the northernmost corner of the city. This thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Hoo-ha! 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 Prepare thyself, Rocinante. Thus begins the long jaunt. Please don't call it that. Oh, I've been meaning to ask Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Rhodia? No, I mean, think back to when we were inside the whale. When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of its gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah. Do you remember how much work it took us to clean our bloodied, fishy, fleshy gunked clothing? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right, and do you also remember how Don Quixote never took off her shoes once during that whole ordeal? Yeah, but if fluids inside the cells freeze, then blood wouldn't be the only thing you'd need to worry about. True, I guess. What's the thing with jaunt? Okay. So, for anyone who doesn't know, the warp trains are loosely based on a Stephen King novel called The Jean, in which there is, it's an interplanetary transportation system where they anesthetize you, and then you wake up in the place you want to go as if nothing happened. But in the story, because it's horror, there is a child of one family who holds his breath during the anesthetic process and stays awake. And when he emerges on the other side of the trip, he's like 70 years old, and he panics and rips his own eyes out. That's basically the entire story. But it's roughly based on that. If any of you have seen Emesis Blue, there's reference to a specific line where he keeps repeating, "It's longer than you think." That's a reference to Stephen King's The Jean as well. Yeah, this is like a common thing in... What, you don't know what... Emesis Blue is the TF2 horror film that some people made. I watched the whole thing. It's a decent film, honestly. If they weren't using the TF2 characters, it would be like 6.5 out of 10 released in theaters. Probably. Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. That's a very specific reference? Yeah. I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now. Behold it, hearken to it, and remember it well. They never quiet down, do they? Whoa, have you been in one of these, Otis? I have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back when. This is nothing to fuss over. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred in one of these first-class cars, yes? In order to prevent such cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared. Wait, what the... Oh, I think we're leaving soon. This is Warp Train, PW612, bound for P-Corp. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners, who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car, suddenly became a lot busier. Then, let us hurry and enter our capsules before it is too late. Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners made it into their capsules no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who's fumbling. Is it anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and... Faust guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed a button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Do not worry much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. I had a whole discussion with a friend about the warp train and whether they could have children while aboard the train, because then they really would create a civilization. They can't. Because they're... The things that function in the body that would cause something like that to happen wouldn't occur. Because of how it works. Theoretically, you would not be able to get somebody pregnant on a warp train. Why am I talking about this? The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then. What she really meant by, we will meet again in but a moment. I mean, technically she would have been right either way, right? Dante, you must wake up. Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was, an inconceivable situation has occurred. That something had seriously, seriously gone wrong. Did you read the chat with Faust's voice? No? No, I didn't. I could. I don't think I will. Disappearing passengers. Yep, this is what happened before. The B movie intro, but it's about warp trade fertilization. Why? I'm not sure if it even counts as civilization, like you don't need food or water and you don't have anything to make stuff. That doesn't mean you can't do anything. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. How in the world did we get to this topic? Somebody asked if you could have children on the warp train to actually make a civilization. The answer is no. So, this train is still running? Yes. Then, where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck in my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is just all part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened in the blink of a... No. Oh, what's this? We're here already for real? It really happened in the blink of an... No. Whoa, we're here already? I guess I really was worrying over... No. But, no. Yet I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer, a little hooray about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence. I love that she just doesn't let Yisang talk. Which was a sequence of events that I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. She's walking to the sinners in the order of their chapters? Yeah, she did. And that brings us to the present. Let me get this right. This train's still running. And we're drifting through some unknown dimension? Ooh. What about that strikes me as quite dramatic? Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you, huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What, are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out the door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in nearly immediately destruction of the physical body. But hey, Fao, at least you know what to do like you always do. You've got a plan, right? Right? Faust, whom I had never seen at a loss for words, was having oddly long instances of silence. What's up with her? Les looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication is harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. And I doubt Faust had any ill intent in waking us up in the middle of the trip. The inconceivable... She knew that it was going to stop, so that can't be the inconceivable part. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then, I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust, all of it, and in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine. Suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything. Thank you, Ben. After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, and decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion. Oh, good. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortion themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers spirited away? Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. Do W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where... Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with a W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings. Every single one of them's been absolutely balmy. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T-Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. Would have appreciated it if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? That is... But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I will take your inputs into account. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust, after all. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we got to rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. What? Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. W Corp doesn't know what the LCB already knows the truth about. It's better that they don't know, right? Right? What are we discussing, Faust? I recommend that you lower your voice from this point onward, Dante. Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only served to exacerbate my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Faust, has been severed. I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. I guess I was absolutely right to be anxious. Hubert Time Track was the guy? John, a warp clerk, and can't hold a candle to him? Pardon me? Oh, this is a fight. Okay, inaccessible. 2 enemy types. Weak to blunt and envy. I wonder what IDs it wants us to bring. It wants us to bring W Corp Otis and the multi-crack fixer IDs, definitely. Okay. So the general chain is going to look like this. Faust. What? Faust. Don Quixote. Otis, Heathcliff,
왜 보이려냐?
Ishmael. Hold on, I have to read the passive. In reverse deployment order. So yeah, Merceau is sick. Then we have Ryoshu. Then Yisang, then Honglu, and then the last 3 actually don't matter. But I will bring them as backup. Translation for Gesellschaft? It's company, community, stuff that means stuff like that. I know this because Shaft is the word for boss. So it makes sense that Gesellschaft means something identical. Yes, that isn't W Dawn, you're correct. Any other questions? Why no Warp Dawn? Because she's worse for envy resonance, that's why. The whole point is that this is charge plus envy resonance, chat. Of course I'm going to use Middle Dawn. Now, granted, using Middle Dawn without Middle Merceau is questionable, but also having W Merceau is just cool because I can.
모델 45I-3 충전. 전투 준비 완료.
What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me has always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel. Perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this. Or even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not yet have been subject to cross-observation. If that is not the case, then no, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. Be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright, for now. Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw the hatch on the capsule closed. What? The last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, the problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we ever do run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and... I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners. The fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. What, so reckon this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all going to bite it once it opens. Ugh, how many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box. Yeah, good idea. So, what now? Do we have to take a searching sweep around each car, or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A-Corp's standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I feel like I just blinked and I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all well informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. The part where they thrash the shite out of each other, tearing their limbs off, all that mess? No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Precisely. In my opinion, it is... Oh! Hold that thought for but a moment! Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping, forsooth, past this gate must be... As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. It is possible that there must be... Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You're gonna open the door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. But there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. Huh? My suggestion? Well, I ain't gonna disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? Bleep. After a brief mechanical beep. Oh. Hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Good. Let's just wreck the door. I mean, you would think that would be the option, right? Craving blood bag passenger. Oh, that's blood fiend shit, isn't it? Why is the music so quiet? Yeah, these are blood fiend shit. Actually. 2 bleed count. They're only level 40, so this shouldn't be hard. Lots of bleed count. If target has 10 plus bleed, deal 20% more damage, inflict bleed, absorb up to 10 bleed potency from the target, and heal bleed potency absorbed times 2% HP. What? Base power plus 1 for every 3 bleed count on self? Wait a minute. I see why people wanted me to play bleed. Okay. Passives. Gain 1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Oh, okay. Consume 3 bleed count on self to gain 1 coagulated blood. Gain offense level and defense level equal to the value. Cool. Prioritizes targets with bleed. If this unit failed to deal any damage, gain 2 fragile and 2 offense level up. Take 10% less damage from bleed rounded down. If the target has bleed, heal for 10% of the damage dealt. I see. Alrighty. Heathcliff really wants to use his skill 1 first, right? Too bad, we're doing full envy res. Merceau, Why are you like this? Welcome back, G-Con. So true. Self-bleed is interesting. They're not really self-bleed, though. That's the thing. Let's see. We need Gloom. That is the best skill in the chain. So we'll just use it. And that also gives some power. Alright. One heads. That's so cool. Yeah, that's a lot of charge count. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, that skill is crazy, as expected. So is that. That did 170 damage. Okay, well, this fight is over. It doesn't help that I'm over-leveled, right? Full Envy Res, one lust skill. I couldn't. I mean, I guess I could have, right? Could I have? Who was it that was using a lust skill? Was it Faust? I guess I could have done another Envy Res, right? Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers. Verily, 'tis as though they were in complete want of sense. Like people politified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last minute before raising her weapon to fight them. She hangs her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began. And she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and the general sense for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Huh, yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the sinners while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? All the answers. Why did I say all these sinners? The sinners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust right now. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? Oh-ho! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether the bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Someone pointed out that Slosh Mail is going to be cracked when an enemy with self-tremor mechanics shows up. You can believe that. Hey, what did I say? We got this. Huh? What was that about? Oh, nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time has ceased aboard a warp train. Is it? Yi Sang grew pensive. Seeing that, Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read on her. That was an unmistakable look of regret, no matter how short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, he sang. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Wow, Yi Sang sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? Gladly, if you would allow me. Yi Sang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And? Can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart beats still. Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train. Existence is continuance of moratorium. Forced they are to be tethered upon the thinnest line, yet tenacious thread of life. I ill understood what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same, If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a singular passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corp cleanup agent has come to be. I see. Because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of that word? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, they'll all be put together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together and bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. Phew, that is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that's for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable. An unclear sensation or an aura. I've felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Pecatula. If I had to lean one way or another, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There is no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to do something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands? Whew, finally, the awakening has begun. What do you mean by that?
계획보다 더 일찍
Wow.
완수했네요.
Yeah, that's pretty good
저와
damage.
파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만
Merceau got hit
여러분의
there.
능력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Why am I getting XP tickets? Oh, because nobody is not at level 45, right. Multi-crack office. I mean, we've already seen some of them. Bruh. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, I screenshotted that line, it's so good. The awakening has begun. She's finally experiencing the Sigma grind set. We open the next door of the cavern. Cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors. Ah, passengers in danger. Worry not, for I have arrived to... Oh! Whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? Oh, who are you? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. Thought that was a man? I didn't look at her face. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Right. Like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit disconcerting. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you want to see what this old-timer's got left in him?
Aha! Thou art from the north, verily. Thy garb is that of northerners, no?
This really ain't the time, lass. Anyway, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment.
Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten?
I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? The bloody hell are you talking about?
Weird. You look completely lost. If you were in one of the economy cars, I'm sure you've seen... Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... I mean, aren't the first class seats supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha. Multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of this ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but... Geez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it ever broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shady bullshit, if you ask me. You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby, drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I made sure to get high-quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Hasn't something else of note occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down. How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them if I want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Haven't a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. 3,201 red colors, 3,202 red colors. You have decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, 'tis expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. Go past this car and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there in one of the train cars in the back, and it spread like wildfire till it reached here. I see. And that's all I can tell you about the situation. So, what's your story? Why'd you rich first-class folks decide to suddenly grace us with your presence? Nothing that's happened here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars, so what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers! Indeed, fixers. Faust wore a look of reluctant acceptance as she affirmed Don Quixote's declaration. Huh, they got every single one of you on a first-class ticket? Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second. So W Corp already knew this would happen. But, we're really contracted to a wing. Not sure if I trust you. As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings in the city. Ah, a non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those iffy boys either. Anyways, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp. This is the master key card given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master keycard from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. True! Now, if she's been protecting the front economy class seats, wouldn't that mean that the bloodbag guys were in this car, since you encountered them on the way to this car? I believe that is the insinuation.
Vibrator boy is very... What is that in reference to, Lumiere? The key card. Oh, they're supposed to be... Man. One moment. They're supposed to be Irish. I can't do an Irish accent, chat. Literally, it took me... Okay. Literally every original... Was it spoiled? No. I haven't been spoiled on anything. I just looked up the plot synopsis for Carmilla. So I've read Carmilla before. And this story, they specifically said bitten. If those enemies are Blood Fiend minions, then this is definitely a vampire story, right? And to be fair, though, there's no character in Carmilla named Sasha, at least that we know the first name of. We don't know the first name of every character in that story because they usually refer to each other by honorifics anyways. I genuinely did not know literary references in a Project Moon game. All I'm saying is if there is a Blood Fiend on the train and their name is either Laura or Carmilla, then this canto is a reference to Carmilla. It's a book, chat. I read it because one of the sinners in the fan story that I'm writing is based off of Carmilla, from Carmilla. So, that's why I know. But every, popular vampire story originates in Ireland. Except for Vampire. That one's German. A key card? So used to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see. W Corp logo. Oh, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, I guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way, then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. Or your victory lap, if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to you all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocent in my stead. Big sis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Oh? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Aye, forsooth. My favorite vampire story, Murder on the Orient Express. It's not, listen, okay? Ishmael's Canto is based on Moby Dick, right? And there's a character in Ishmael's Canto that is very clearly based on a character from Old Man in the Sea. Whoa, are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again, thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Whoa, I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter, and... Mwahaha! Worry not thyself, 'tis no bother. No bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire. It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train.
Your presence ensured that child's survival. What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet, sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said. Didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Be like, what? You knew that there was no way that fixer was actually here to protect them out of pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusion anyway. Am I right? Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust strode towards Sasha without a question. With a question. I have one last thing to inquire. It'll be 30k per inquiry. That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that, once our contract is successfully completed, we should include references to a particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp? Whoa, you serious? Well then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I don't know. It was a pretty hectic battle in a narrow hallway, so I didn't have the wherewithal to get a good look at their eyes. Is it something important? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there's got red eyes. Oh, you there. That lady with the big sword's also got red eyes. What, is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No, well, it was a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Yep, there's more. Whew, I can't whistle. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Thanks! Of course they put Ryoshu on the screen when you reference a painting from hell. That's literally her entire story. Painting of hell! Okay, I get it. I get the joke. Thank you, game.
차원파동 장갑 충전 완료.
This is the Faust Ryoshu Don Quixote intervallo. Oh, these ones are new. They inflict more bleed potency. That's basically the only difference. Okay. I don't care. No, I need I need the sanity to start off. Otis! The music is surprisingly techy, I will say. I don't dislike that. How much charge do you have, Faust? You will have more, so it's okay to use this. This spends charge too. So does Mind Whip, but I don't have enough for Mind Whip, so.
단숨에 정리. 공간을 뭉갠다. 승객 무력.
It's 10 terms for the bonus, right? Hell screen, you say? Okay, or Faust could just lose her clash. That's fine too.
출력 최대치.
I'm not having very good luck. It is very sci-fi for fighting vampires, yeah. Also, for the record, no, nobody has spoiled anything about this. I'm making an assumption based on what I've seen so far. This wouldn't be a bad There's only one wave, who cares? Oh, this is a big NP res, actually. Let's do it. That's a huge amount of offense level up. It's worth it. Faust! Roll heads at all, please.
제압 완료. 승객 복원 중.
I don't have any charge. Or any envy, basically, here. That's fine, I guess. Me when Tails hits. Yeah, don't spoil things, chat. You will just get your message deleted.
This is vampires in space? There's a short story about that.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
Is the music too loud or is it good? Can you still hear my voice over it?
제가 팠군. 그걸로 제가 팠군.
Vampires in an alternate dimension on a sci-fi train. Yep, pretty accurate.
어디 보자. 그래.
If you spoil things, I will ban you. Partially because Joel will also be spoiled, and she doesn't want that.
작은 형님께서 흡족해 하시겠어.
Also a very shitty movie, I believe it. Painting of Hell 2. This is just no cutscenes for these.
직접 손봐주지.
Space Station 13? No. I mean, there are vampires in that, I suppose. Hold on, it said there were 3 enemy types in this. But there aren't. Do they have backup? Raving. Violent. They have backup. No, that's not good. Don't use that first. I need to actually have a little bit of charge for that to work.
기능 점검. 단순한 점검.
Cass used Rip Space skill yet? No, because I haven't. The fight hasn't lasted long enough. Like, we literally have had no reason to use... I'm using that anyway, let's be real. No reason to use Ego, and I haven't needed to use any of my big charge skills, except the ones that automatically get used because they're on Faust. I didn't know that our Ishmael was weak to Slash. That's somewhat problematic. Maybe I should use Pequod. Because Pequod will let me generate charge more. I think that's probably a good idea. I lose out on Mind Whip, but I don't really need Mind Whip. Yeah, that's acceptable. There's the Mind Whip, chat. Unfortunately, I didn't have the skill 3 for Modus. You have to mute the game for Pequod? Do I? I don't think I do. I really dislike in this event is that there's no indicator of how much backup they have. They should have implemented something like that. I think that would have been nice, yeah, but it is the first time in story that we're seeing this. The whole reason we could tell in the railway is because we could see their passives. This is a good time to use this. Yeah, let's just do all Envy Res. Why not? This is what this team is supposed to do, so I might as well do it. They have all 3 damage types, which surprises me. It doesn't surprise me. That stuff happens.
눈을 떼지 마라. 한순간이라도 놓친다면 영원히 방황할 테니.
This skill is literally high-speed rip space, by the way. Why did the red happen? What was up with that? Alright, let's spend some charge. We get 5 load this turn. Sick.
제압 완료.
Perish.
승객 보관 준비.
There's a phasmophobia noise in this song, chat. Did you notice that? It's literally one of the noises in Phasmophobia. I love high-speed fan service. It's because you caused a dimensional rift with your skill. I guess... Well, I still don't get it. I have no idea what triggers the red visual effect. All I know is it tends to happen when I use a skill 3. Well, apparently it's the W Corp skill 3s that do it. Which makes sense. You're not supposed to rip into other dimensions while in a warp train, right?
승객 보건 준비.
Whew. Battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. Too bad. Making big movements when there's not a lot of room to move around and takes more energy than you might think, especially for people like us who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners. What are these things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so uptight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are. Those entities are? What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I just ask the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Yeah, Sinclair, that's what she's doing. Of course, Faust did not confirm or deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. Hong Lu, Faust, and Merceau don't trigger this. Well, yeah, they don't use rip space. They use, like, overcharge and stuff. Check above Rodia's head. That is a face. Yeah, you're right. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite. 'Tis apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in desperate quest of it. Right. That's strange, though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. It could be determined from the entity's patterns that their offensives were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and? Was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Thanks. Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? We are in luck, Dante. I have read upon this subject as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination, moments before we boarded the train, and while that will be a useful element in resolving this situation, sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it comes to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract, and provide us with the possible means of finding the method of which we may complete it. It is of high likelihood that the entity behind the incidents of this train, and by extension every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. With the Faust? No way! Stop making Magic School Bus moment references. We already had one of those in the game proper. I'm not surprised that she's top damage, actually. She used Rip Space once, and that is what that does, yeah. And then Heathcliff was second somehow. Blood Fiends, oh good. 5 enemy, oh boy. I think we're switching to Pequod, Ishmael. Because that way we get extra attacks that generate more charge. And that's always a good thing. Scary vampires? They're not scary, actually. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of wings is that? You of all people haven't heard about blood fiends? Thought you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory? Time to mute the stream. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters and stories to scare children in the night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Ooh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water. I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as a commanding officer. And I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend among the fingers, but the things that blood fiend commanded weren't like these rubber-textured ones. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners may have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-minded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we face in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though our reserve of intelligence regarding the warp trains of W Corp is vast if incomplete, we could not find a possible exception to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for a formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved? No matter the degree of violence that passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe the damages may be, the warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. You think Multicrack's Faust Skill 3 got an oversight? You know, it gains 1 coin power just from the fact of her having any charge alone? It could be an oversight, yeah. What do you mean a blood fiend was in the fingers? This isn't... You know that they're just regular people, right? They existed before the distortion incident. Among several interpretations of the word violence involves cannibalization, of course. However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed. If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together by the vein-like things connecting each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion's not a thing while we're on the train? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a culmination, an entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process that is isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. What? I ain't following even half of that. You exist in moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff, yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy, they continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction, it can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. The passenger's will to persist,
the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, do they not all gently atrophy into non-existence even amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha. So that's why they said that blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. There is no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I think somebody has said that every single time somebody has said moratoria in this chapter. I would like to ask a few questions if you would permit me. Yusang was the first to break the silence. Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they? That information is not accessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Yisang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they found out, and that's something Faust and I both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Ah, indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding about somewhere aboard this train. Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the blood fiend. Very well. I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. Dante. It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners must also seem satisfied now that we had clear sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward, for now. Huh? Oh wait, no, this is a different stage. That's right. Hi, feral blood bag cleanup agent. He's charge and bleed count. Oh, that's too fragile on hit. That's a scary skill, actually. Gains bleed. When hit, if the attacker uses a skill that gains charge, the attacker steals one charge count from this unit. Okay. Self-inflicted damage due to this unit's skills does not reduce this unit's HP below 1. Oh, good. Oh, good. That's not great. Yeah, he's using his big skill. I can't do anything about that. 3 pride, so that we can potentially get an additional hit off. He has the W Corp train when we're getting the anti-W Corp unit. We already have it, don't we? That skill hits really hard. Excellent. Okay. That'll give Merso more charge, that's important. Why are they glowy? They have no new passives. That's probably something I just didn't notice before. Okay. You know what? Let's just gain some SP. You do not have enough charge yet. I actually kind of like that the payoffs for these multi-crack office IDs are on their skill 2 instead. Because it means that they get to generate with more of their skills. Or less of their skills and have more payoff. Where did all the blood go? Suspiciously full cleanup agent?
So true, so true. There's another one that's the same kind. Does Merceau have charge? He has charge. Wow, okay. Not a great lineup of skills for this turn, all things considered. Okay, Heathcliff is just gonna lose his flash. Or that was Faust, actually. Yeah, okay. Faust is bad at video games, confirmed. Excellent. This guy is just dead. Oh no, he resists Pierce. My bad. That envy skill is nuts. That's very true on both of them. New one axe. What this? Oh yeah, these are new ones. That's a lot of charge gain. Good to know. You don't have any charge right now. So we go for Envy Resonance. Well, yeah, let's pop an Electric Screaming. That seems like a good idea. Who the heck was at -5 sanity? It was Ishmael, because she's, like, not flashing. That skill is actually insane. Unfortunately, I only get to activate it once, but that's fine. I just Electric Screaming'd one guy. This is Envy Gaming, by the way. It's just spamming this ego. Where he left. Yeah, I do kind of wish I could see how many enemies were left. That would be nice. Ooh, that looks fun. Could just body sack, but I don't need to do that. Envy Resonance Gaming, chat. It's very... I know these guys are resistant to Pierce, but, you know. And 2 Envy damage up, too. Nice. These fights are long. For some reason, this Intervallo is really freaky in subtle ways. I mean, it's on a warp train. What were you expecting? You know? This is gonna take another turn, it looks like. Bonk. Perish. Very good. We want to be these guys so bad. What? Is W Otis worth picking up? Probably not. Like, I would still say W Otis plus Dimension Shredder. It's good, but you don't need it. She's usually on the lower end of damage. She's more of a support. And charge, you don't really care about full teams, right? The cleanup agent. We've already killed a few. I love how chunky these Faust attacks are, both in visual and sound. They're pretty chunky, yeah. Oh, it's gonna give me a cutscene afterwards. This is a spear guy. Alright, well I know the dangerous one is the guy with 2 swords. So we're not gonna worry about it yet. I will be taking my 11 charge, thank you very much. Wish it clashed, but you know. If only I could open these fights using Dawn Telepole. That would be so helpful for gaining charge. And they both get a boosted attack right now. Struggling? I doubt that. We'll just save that, actually. They are both spending charge. Give them load. She could also lose her clash. Did I just lose half of my clashes? I did. And I lost another one, too. That's not great.
Oh, that skill has the red effect. Cool. I'm not gonna AED you this turn. That's a waste of effort. I need to win the clash. Alright, let's get some charge. I kinda need it right now. Yeah, and be res, sure. Okay, Otis. Who got staggered? Somebody got staggered there, and I do not know who it was. Good kill. I don't think killing somebody gets anything with that teleport. Nobody on my team got staggered. It must be one of them. That's a good... Okay. This is literally just how Middle Dawn plays. The entire team is focused around her, and she just gains so much from it. Ishmael! You gotta win clashes, come on. How is she even losing sanity, by the way? I thought she was only supposed to lose sanity if you kill higher level opponents with other people. I didn't kill. Their numbers didn't drop? Yeah, they have reinforcements. They're like the railway fights. I can't rip space right now, actually. Dimension Shredder even. What am I missing for that? One Gloom. Alrighty. I can do one Gloom, that's not a problem. Warp guys are 45? I mean, that would explain it. In that case, I'll probably switch back to reindeer. Get him, Heathcliff. Jeez. Yeah, I'll switch back to reindeer if that's gonna be a problem, and it looks like it is gonna be a problem, so... Heathcliff is just destroying these guys, though. He's doing better than Faust is. Like... He's insane. Yeah, they do resist Pierce. I was mostly running it so that they can gain extra charge from assist attack, but it doesn't really matter. It's not making any difference. Manager Esquire, halt! Behold this poor fellow, he still lives! Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. No, stay away from me, you monsters. Hey man, we're not those monsters. You alright? Huh? That arm. You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster. Ah. What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze toward the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster, a prosthetic, or whatnot. It is possible that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. Ah, a prosthetic. That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So what are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train? Huh, you're right. From what we found out about warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there. This cannot be! Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags?
My apologies. That access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omnipresent omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for us. I was starting to realize that Huh? Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes the sentence is so badly constructed that I genuinely couldn't make it. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to consider and make my own decisions at moments like these. No, maybe I was too reliant on everyone else. When the time comes for them to rely on me, when they can no longer function as they usually do for whatever reason, can I really manage them well? Lead them to the right answers? Missing an I, and there was a past tense word and a present tense sentence. Doubt colored with fear begins to rise like a dark plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled a lever. They made good use of this space. And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair with her employees spun open. Oh, what in the name of the wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon more powerful, a weapon most feared by the blood fiends? Had holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first-class car, but why would that thing be here? The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Finally. What is it that thou seekest to do? W Corp prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily! Then, huh? Good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta. Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. He said, good luck, peace. I mean, he got messed up though, right? It makes sense. Yo, Don! Whoa, those are very even damage numbers. Wow. Yeah, we'll switch back to reindeer. That's 6 enemy. I mean, that's just all the enemy types we've seen so far, I guess. Yeah, that way we get to use Dimension Shredder more often too, actually.
Oh, 잠깐만.
And before it's a shoot to the outside of the train, that would be very mean. The dude does not seem at all in fighting condition. Yeah, exactly. Is that worth it? Absolutely not. Not for a 50% chance that I have to restart the fight. I gotta roll better, man. Like, this is getting ridiculous. They started the... Wait a minute. They don't have sanity. No wonder they're outrolling me all the time. They're cheating. I knew something was wrong. God, wow. They are really mean in this chapter, huh? Does she have enough charge? Absolutely not. I'll use the gloom skill. It's fragility. Don! You need to win your clashes. Everybody I have is weak to slash and pierce, which is like the damage types these guys choose to use all the time. They also have sin resistances. Yeah, they're like resistant to... No, they're just resistant to lust, weak to envy, of course. They're always weak to envy and resistant to lust, man. These guys are gonna be in the next railway, by the way. Guaranteed. It's too much of an opportunity for them not to be. I'm actually gonna rip space, I think. Or Dimension Shredder. That way we can get more charge on people.
Once our charge is going, it's actually pretty easy to catch up. But before then, it kind of hurts. I love that I always get heads on this, despite it being a high-cost SP skill.
영원히 방황할 테니
Perish! Okay, good night. One of them lived. Okay, no he didn't. He did not live at all. And that, chat, is how you use rip space. I don't even know if I had good enough absolute resonance to make full effect of it, but she actually gained so much SP from that, jeez. I can't... Okay, what I can do is do some screaming this turn. And that'll clear up a bunch of these guys. Perish. And now this guy will also perish, because all of them will, because this skill is bonkers. I really don't understand why people ever thought electric screaming was bad. The high-speed rip space all over the place. It's such a good animation, too. That's the cool thing. It's not even a VoV. Usually the VoV egos are the ones that have the best animations. Did I even kill anything that turn? I don't think I did. Oh, buddy. Oh, this turn is going to be devastating for them. I think we guaranteed kill everything here this turn.
소란이 줄었네요.
Without any ego. I never called it bad. Her dimension only needs 4, it's pretty chill. Most of them only need 4. Ah, dang, she got staggered. That's fine. Dude's stagger threshold is out of this world. Staggered. Rambling Man! I forgot about Rambling Man.
승객 보관 준비.
The passive that nobody is gonna ever remember, but it does more damage, so...
출력 최대치. 저기 있습니다.
Imagine Aleph level animations. We're not gonna get Aleph stuff for a long time. Not even every Sinner has a VoV yet. Like, I wouldn't expect Aleph stuff until every Sinner has at least one VoV and at least 4 of them have 2 of them. I shouldn't be surprised when she top damages if I use Dimension Shredder. Eight enemy types. Alright. Or that might have been 7 still.
차원 파동 장갑.
Feels a bit weird that Otis's Dimension Shredder has the same passive name as Yisang's. Why is that weird? They do that all the time. Oh, this is not going to be a fun fight. Oh, this is really not going to be a fun fight. That's favored, at least. Please flip heads, Ishmael. Dude rolled 17. It is turn 1. You've gotta chill.
최대치.
Alright. I hate Abnormality Sanity. It's so obnoxious. That guy's not even attacking. Okay.
전투에 임하겠습니다.
Rambling Man makes sense for Yisang, but not as much for Otis. I don't know if it makes a lot of sense, but it works. It's the name of one of the actual Abnormalities passives.
효율적으로.
Fun is mandatory? I didn't say I wasn't having fun.
효율적으로.
There are new enemy types in this fight, aren't there? Let's teleport. I mean, that's risky because of my sanity, but I'm still gonna do it. That's a waste. Don't do that.
전투에
There's not enough. Okay. There's not enough enemies to clash with to make that worth it. Same odds as 0 SP enemies. Yeah, but like, you know. Good kill. Good kill. That's why I was okay with using that at that low sanity, because I knew she was going to get a couple of kills this turn.
효율적으로.
Yeah, these IDs are cracked. There's no doubt about that. Oh! Blood bag prosthetic fixers. Yep, those are new. That's a lot of bleed count. When hit by it, that's the same thing. That's the same thing. Take 30%, that's the same thing. At less than 5 charge count, gain 1 attack power down. At 5 or more charge count, gain 2 clash power up. I see. I don't like that. But okay. Here's what we can do to solve this Here's what we can do to solve this problem. It sucks that I have to do it like this, but that's fine. Chat, are you ready to see an animation that most of you probably have never seen? Because everyone thinks that this ego's bad. Hi, a guy. Who would ever use Fluid Sac when Faust looks like this with Telehole? Let's be real. That did, like, no damage. It's fine. You shall never trust me, but I'm pleased that you Onglu's passive isn't Rambling Man? That's correct. Liking that is mandatory? Liking what? The Faust Owl. It's one of the best furries in Limbus. Sorry, the audio bugged out there because I didn't hold the mouse button fast enough. How many of you are there? This is cringy. Merceau, kick their ass. And Ishmael. I get a mind whip this turn, so that's definitely worth it. In a furry? Faust Telepole actually doesn't work well with multi-crack since she wants to consume as much count as possible. It gives you count. The ego generates count. Why would that be a bad thing for this ID? Why is there still an enemy here? And why is Otis staggered? Who cares? Perish. Who? Sorry, I'm not a furry. It's okay. I don't hate you. Chat users whose username is please don't hate me.
계획보다 더 일찍 의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력 덕분이지만
I don't get why people think ego is bad if it doesn't do
나쁘지
damage.
않았어요.
No, it does more damage than Fluid Sac, usually. The problem is that it's comparing itself to Fluid Sac, which is the issue.
차원 파동 장갑 충전 완료.
It reduces the number of counts spent. That's also true. Technically, you want to spend a lot of count, but I don't think the 20% less damage... Fuck you guys, I'm not a furry. You are now. Of course Heathcliff is struggling. These guys are just the prosthetic fixers again. They're not that bad because they just gain attack power down at the start of a fight, which is hilarious. I shouldn't have used that on Merceau, but whatever. Doesn't matter. You think it's bad because her passive makes her stronger the more charge count spent. No. Oh, you mean Faust. But it really doesn't slow her scaling down at all, considering 5/6 of their skills consume charge. That's so true, actually. Let's see, we can't ego right now. That's bad. You have no charge. What the heck? This is not going to be a pleasant turn. Unless I stagger this guy, then it will be pleasant. Well, let me become a dog and hunt you down for food. You threaten to eat me all the time. Fool? Megalith Fool? You're gonna ritual summon on your opponent's turn using monsters you control as material? This one was bad? What? Well, as a non-furry, I contend cast to spread more furry propaganda. That doesn't make any sense, you realize? I could electric screaming this. I'll probably... man. The struggling on skill 3 is just not pleasant. He hasn't gotten anything because he hasn't hit anybody yet. I love W Otis because she sometimes literally just goes flying off screen. Yeah, that is funny. I don't know. These guys are weak to slash. Wait a minute. That's like the first slash weak enemy we've had in a long time. No talking about violence. Sausage, I know that that's you. You can't fake it anymore. You've revealed your secrets to me. This is a good electric screaming thing. Not you. Yep, that's enough. 5 is enough resonance for electric screaming. Since you are a professional furry, what is your opinion on Blubbering Toad? Get yourself a girl with a tongue like Lupo. I think you say that literally anytime there's a slash weak enemy. Yeah. Am I wrong though? I'm about to want the smallest violin in existence and play it over the eaten Kaskozhuk bones. Okay. Speaking of furries, how's the dog? The dog's... The one is still deaf. And unfortunately has a lot of health problems, but she's alive. She's 15 years old, so she's probably not going to be around too much longer. The other one is still a nervous wreck. Without any teeth. But he's getting better, I think. You won't believe what happens in the next fight. You self-obsessed Ishmael. I don't think that's what happens in the next fight. Doesn't Lupo tongue give you depression? Yeah? I'm a competitive furry, you're right. You meant Hindley. Oh, you weren't talking about my actual dogs. That's sad. I'm sorry about that. We definitely just win this turn since they're both countering.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비. 제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비.
처리했습니다.
Yeah, Coffee, thanks for the 2. I don't know why you want me to go to the warp event screen, but I can. I assume you mean after this cutscene. Give me 1 second, though, chat. Sorry, I had to open the door. It's getting really hot in here. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Huh? What's this now? We were in the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo in it. Ah, 'tis the emblem of T-Corp! It appears that it was broken in the fierceness of our battle. Didn't that chief executive guy, Hubert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I know it was. I wasn't just opening the door. I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaboration are not limited to T Corp. It is often the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our Limbus Company. Bro. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform. Remember? He said he was warped over to T-Corp on an expedition. Look, it's almost like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. I believe I have read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. Hey! He is the one we encountered on the platform! This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yeah, and he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract. I guess calling in an expedition was no exaggeration. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms perchance. A strategy indeed. Just a strategy. Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. Executive Manager. This is likely an aftermath of a battle between the fixers and the blood bags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable as long as there was cash remaining on their wallets. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. I see. There are more than a single possible interpretation of the same scene. I will remember both of your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours often make it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Faust answers Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unharmed, yet... Yes, I am alright. However, I do not enjoy this circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. W Corp train. Hey there, guys! It's a good day to be W Corp train. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying. Ah, I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake in desperate hopes of that one of them might pull in something we could eat. No way to tell where we are. No way to tell if it's something we could eat under that glassy water surface. Grasping at the straws, you know? The sense I find mired in is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave, for the reflection of radiance upon my eyes and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of
of the forging path. It seemed that the first part of the sentence was well heard by Ishmael and Yisang, however. They walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but you feel different from your usual self, somehow. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you have a softer side. This unseed side of yours is familiar yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is unlikely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will encounter the blood fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, how strong could it be if its fodders of this week? There were so many of them, but we practically smashed through their entire horde. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being incapable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Excuse me? Hey guys, random YouTuber here. Today we will be unboxing a W Corp warp train. What? Today, I'll be taking you on a first-class trip through the W Corp train system. Day 1000. Although that is not uncommon knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends. Gee, I wonder. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require certain expertise to defeat. I don't correct my posture. I hate to disappoint. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are the mindless thralls to blood fiends, then they're kind of like their private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertion. Wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. Listeners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the blood fiend's strength, and all of a sudden... Be on this indecisive idleness! Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the blood fiend to complete our contract. With that, I open the door leading to the final car of this train. Casually saying private army, like it's a normal thing to have. He comes from one of the richest families in the city, right? It's not unlike him. Okay, somebody told me to go back to the reward screen. Or not the reward screen, the other one. The event screen, right? Oh. Yeah, this does change over time, huh? I guess to avoid spoilers, that's Heathcliff and Faust, right? The one who lords. What a name for a stage, jeez. 2 unknown enemy types and 3 known enemy types. Why are the boss stages the only ones that show you things before entering them? It's only the boss stages. Clear within 15 to... Oh, no. That's not good. I am the danger. Skylar. This room... What is with that look on thy faces? Pardon? Oh, no. Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy obsequious smiles? He must be the cause of this outbreak, the blood fiend we must defeat. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty! Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. You may call me Cassetti. That's accurate to the story this is based on. Sixth kindred, a kindred of the 6th generation, the rightful prince in refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince. Yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Do you not even know the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. You stitch that mask to your face skin. Not a half-bad job. Of course it's excellent, because this mask was crafted by none other than the great, the eminent, the barber himself, whose name I dare not even speak, but it hurts so much. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I am the prince, that's what I am. It's a bloody loon in it. Alright, done with the giggles then. Get ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling and bawling and sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the blood, boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire. What are you, daft? Look around, there are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count? Oh, no. But the count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh, yes, of course, I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am. And I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebear kindreds would be, should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. I am dizzy, chat. Then what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute! Yeah! A figure suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of his earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at the sudden burst, terror apparent on his face. Ah, it is thee! Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us on our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board, one still capable of rational thought? Damn, you actually made it all the way back here. I guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. Eat exhaustion, go into a cooler room. I did say it was hot in here, yeah. Maybe I take off my shirt. One moment, chat.
I will take off my shirt and stand up, because I have been sweating quite a bit, and that is probably the issue. I fought to my damnedest, too, till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but for a single one of these forearms left. Kind of funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really, really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that, Don Quixote, watch out. I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. Ah! What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee. To be the first of many since my escape for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own, my family. Lord Cassetti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first-class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was as though I was reborn. I see. A kindred to a blood fiend is like a sub-entity, similar to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Maybe. That's probably what was going on through my head before I became a kindred. Thou hast been in cohorts with this villain all this time? As his underling? Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee. Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it would have mattered if you did suspect me, though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. Then, the passengers who were under thy protection. Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. Oh, dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment that we realized Sasha was a blood fiend. But this, I really, really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. There was a child. Yep, little runt wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I'd know. Hold thy vile tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer? And an actor of justice? It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment. Or a really, really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Fair enough. Don't say femboy fishing in my chat. Ah, balls. It's a targeted fight. They have, like, no HP. There's actually waves in this one. Wait a minute. It makes sense that the boss is named Cassetti. That's literally Murder on the Orient Express. Okay, so we've got 15 turns to do this, huh? I'm actually just gonna use this. Time to groove? I mean, yeah. Boss music in this game has always been sick. I'm staggering all of them in one hit. I swear if they have some new mechanic. Okay, they are not healing, so that's good. Alright. More SP specifically on the people that don't... Oh, okay. I was gonna say specifically on the people that don't already have it, but then, you know. I probably don't kill all of them this turn, that's fine. Perish. Oh, yep, they're higher level than me. Or on the same level as me, I guess. Listening to the music and then think about previous intervallo. The fun part begins now. 15 turns is a long time, though, to be fair. Did I actually kill all of them? I did. Awesome. Hello there, Sasha. 500 HP. That's just a 10 rolling skill. Jesus! You can't have that much text on your skill 1. And then have this skill, which has less text. Oh my, that's a scary skill, actually. Really wish I could use Telepole this turn. With Middlemer instead of W Corp, you could have cared less for Don's and Mur's SP. Yeah, but the point was to bring a hybrid charge build. So, like, you know, that's a good dominating clash. She has the same passive as the rest of them, too. This is cheating. You can't have 7 skills, that's illegal. I can't even use that right now, is the sad thing. The boss fight is cheating, chat. That's not okay. She just took 50 damage from... Oh, because she's gaining effects from her skills, that's right. She doesn't seem too bad. You can also procs when you shred dimensions? Wait, what does? Song that has the same notes as the boss theme from Kirby's Adventure. They keep adding sounds from other music into their music. All we gotta do is win our clashes and we'll be fine. She's dying super fast. This is still wave 1, isn't it? Right. Yeah, I've got your skills too, get over it. Right, I didn't clash with one of them because I couldn't. Yep, this is still wave 1. Got it. That's a good skill to use right now. These guys don't resist slash. What was I thinking of? That guy should be dead. Favored. I'd rather have a dominating clash right now. And everybody else, I'm just gonna mind whip Sasha and kill her. Alrighty. Completely uncool, by the way. That was a dominating clash, chat. Which means we're gonna have to spend an extra turn on this wave. Because that would have killed if it actually hit him. That wouldn't have. Never mind. We were spending another turn anyways, it's fine. Visual effect of a red warning light. Yeah, I've seen it a lot. We've been playing Dimension Shredder and W Corp Otis, so we've seen it. Alright. Sasha's done. She runs away instead of dying. That's not worrying at all. I'm just gonna keep this on there. I don't need this many skills to kill this guy, but I wanna... Oh god. That's dominating. Don't lie to me, chat. We'll be fine. Surely this first guy dies. Even with 2 clash power up. Alright, now we just have to hope this guy dies. He should, he only has 8 health left. Okay, good.
Ah! Unbelievable! My first kindred to be created without their authorization is this bumbling fool? I pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yes, it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Ah, oh what abundance! I had nearly forgotten this sensation. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and his hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who hath become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir, yes you do, of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels! Challenge thy king! Oh, we've got one of these, huh? Base power +1 for every bleed count on the target. Well, sorry, Heathcliff. Okay. He's got 2,000 health. That's a weak skill, that's a weak skill. I mean, it gains clash power, but it only rolls an 11. Okay. At turn end, depending on the stored blood... at a value lesser than or equal to 5, gain 1 bind, 1 fragile, and 1 offense level down. At value greater than, gain 2 offense level up and 2 defense level up. Prioritize targets with the highest sum of bleed. That would explain why he's only attacking Heathcliff. Heal 2% HP. When this unit has bleed, gain offense level up and defense level up for every 5 bleeds. Gain clash power for every 10 bleed up to 5. Take 50% less damage from bleed. This unit's panic type doesn't change. That's normal boss stuff. Who is going to Merceau? Everyone's at 45 sanity. I shouldn't have to worry about clashing right now. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna telepole. I barely don't have enough charge. And there's nothing I can do about that. So I'm gonna telepole still. You are going to not Hex Snail, because that's a waste. Unfortunately. I guess I could defend one of them. It only inflicts 4 bleed. That's not that bad. It probably is that bad, honestly. We're gonna telepole as well to start this final wave. 42! Good lord, I love Heathcliff. He's so powerful for no reason. And every time I take out 10% of his HP, he loses 1 blood stack, right? Close enough, welcome back, Chikan. So true, so true. Will they do the thing like they did last time and give us more IDs for mid-season? They won't. That's staggered Faust. Are you kidding me? It's just 4+4. That's not that bad. Don't roll 1 tails this time, Heathcliff. His rolls are really trash, I have to admit. Oh, this works. This is 3 Gloom. That'll trigger Ishmael's passive. Sick. Excellent. He's weak to blunt. This is not gonna last very long. Hit him hard. That's what we're doing. Is there a reason for using Sister Dawn over W Dawn? Yeah, it's NV res. That's why. If I were to use W Dawn, the only time I could NV res is if I'm using Rip Space, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to have to rely on the ego. She was over the stagger bar. That's true. That's what you get for being Lust Fatal. Oh, hi. 1+1? Sorry, what? Double the amount healed by Hard Blood Glaive.
a skill that he is not. Is that a passive? Gains a new pattern when stored blood reaches 0 for the first time. Fix this unit speed to 10 when using the skill. I am the Prince of the Parade. So this is clashing with the person that it's targeting, basically. Where is it? Reset SP to 0, double the amount healed by Hard-Bullet Glaive. Gain 10 stored blood, does not get staggered this turn, ends turn after using the skill. But I can clash with it. It doesn't say unclashable. No, it does say unclashable. So this is just a story event thing that's supposed to happen. Got it. I'll just use my skill ones. Wait, no. It rolls a 1. If I don't have an evade, I will just use a skill 1, because, well, I guess a block is more efficient, right? I'll take less damage. But an evade, literally, one-sided guard? That's not how that works. I can't counter him. That's just not an option. I'm just gonna try to minimize the damage I take. Staggered him before he even got the chance to do this. Well, I didn't, so... That's too bad. He had 7 fragile that turn. That sucks. I wish I didn't have to end the turn there. Blood, blood, blood. That did so much damage to Heathcliff specifically. What? Neutral. We're gonna clash that with a dominating clash. Doesn't he have 10 offense level up? Yeah. And I'm still getting dominating clashes. He just fully healed. Awesome. That's so cool, actually. It's only the first time, though, right? That's what the passive says? So we should still be fine, in theory. Heathcliff has so little HP because of bleed and all of the effects they have. I'm gonna get destroyed if we don't start, if he does that again. Like, we're just dead if he does it again. I don't think he can do it again. Judging by how the passive is worded, it doesn't seem like it's possible. Especially if I get a Mind Whip, that would be really nice. Is this next turn? No, it's same turn slash fragility. Oh. That's scary. I have to clash with this, right? It gains clash power. It gains attack weight on combat start. Base power and coin power. I want somebody who doesn't have bleed to clash with that with an ego, it looks like. What if I AEDD it? Does that work? Yeah, that works. Because what does this roll? It doesn't have any additional coin power. 5 plus 3 is what? I don't have Fluid Sac equipped. What's 5 plus 3 4 times? It's not 22, right? Yeah, it's 17. AEDD always wins that clash. It's fine. Oh, hey, Mind Whip. That's a good one. You don't have any charge. This isn't going to matter. I mean, it would do more damage still, but... He has access to it. They have to give him ultra healing, otherwise it would make him look like Hindley. He does roll suspiciously low for a boss fight, to be fair. Please don't use that one AoE again. That would be so obnoxious. It would also make this fight take forever if I have to redo it. Too fragile? That was all the damage I dealt? Jeez. I need charge. Get out of my way. Okay, what's this? I'm never going back. Is this another... Oh, he has a unique panic. Gains fragility and damage up. Yep, that's what Fear of Water does. Okay, I gotta read this now. Clash power +1 for every 5 bleed on the target. So I don't have any bleed right now, so that doesn't matter. 5% more damage. Okay. Double the amount healed by Hard Blood Glaive. I still don't know what that is. Is that just every attack that he uses? Oh. Prioritizes targets... Okay. I get it. He does gain 10 stored blood from it. As long as I can beat this in a clash... It's a 21. He only uses it as unclashable once, thanks to the passive. Yeah, that's good. I can just AEDD this again, because Heathcliff has no bleed, and AEDD minimum clashes at a 23 right now. And I'm fairly certain, at the current moment... Yeah, this caps out at 21. I can just AEDD. Which, unfortunately... I really wish I could use Telepole, because I can do a Rip Dimension right now. If I could spend charge with any... Hold on. Does this spend charge? If she has 20. She does not have 20, unfortunately. What about this one? Oh, but if I use both, Dawn will have enough. So let's do that. That's funny, right? I think it's less damage than if I were to just kill him, but, you know. It's funnier this way. Oh, I don't know why I was scared of this. He's at minus 45 SP. He's not going to win a clash. It never occurred to me to think about Nosferatu's Abno pages. Well, I mean, it is based on... Nosferatu isn't a blood fiend. But, you know, Fear of Water is one of the less known supposed weaknesses of vampires. Yeah, that is a true thing, isn't it? Are we even going to stagger him here? He's a really low stagger. Oh, yeah, we are. I forgot what skill I was using. Never mind. She did not get up to 20 charge. It didn't hit her. Unfortunate. Only had 3 NB res is why. And then we just kill him next turn, because I don't think he recovers from stagger automatically. I think if that would have hit heads on every hit, that would have just killed. Anyways, we won. He's dead. Perish. Goodbye, Cassetti. They cannot cross running water, yeah. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yes, I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. I don't know if we can... The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant help to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. This fight's been dragging on even longer than our battles at the K-Corp border checkpoint or the basement of Wuthering Heights. I knew that the sinners had all grown stronger since then, but I felt as though I stood before an impenetrable wall. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him into every time a body part regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought. Shut up! You don't understand! You don't know how awful it is to survive on that disgusting blood of 200. No! I don't even want to think about it. Shut up! Be quiet! No, I'm sorry. Please, let me have just a sip. Just the smallest sip, please. It's all useless, no matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all of thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. But The Blood Fiend's regeneration is too powerful. He's regenerating as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... Ah, my kindred, my child. I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibilities. The blessings of a parent must be repaid. No. What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. It's that the way they fight reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic-using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more important than tools to be replaced, these idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look after what's really important, like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up the master card key Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Don Quixote, stop her, now. Oh, my parents, I offer this gift to you. Gah! Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her way with great force. Why was Don smiling there? Ishmael and Merceau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card. This is the key to the first-class cards, my lord. With this, go your army of blood bags to bring glory to the kingdom. No. Cassetti examines the master key card with clear interest. Without that key card, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante, I believe myself to be trying my utmost to overcome this adversity, without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master key card, the uncertainty of this circumstance is greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this obstacle, Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an admirable sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking about the same thing myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still gave us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the master keycard is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. Are we gonna drive over him? The constant, however, is that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus, the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there! Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them, or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire! Compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur! I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well. Then, Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dante in this negotiation. I will make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be absolutely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have been a sweet one. Just you two, huh?
Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we have to offer to one another. That clock must be thy monarch then, hmm? And thou art one of the retainers. Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate then. It is only right that a royalty talks to no one else but the one who is his equal. He's the third blood fiend we've ever met? That's true. Manager, Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. This train trip is only 3 days underway. That's so true.
대충 다 작살낸 모양인데.
How did you
빨리
hit top
돌아가자고.
damage in all of that?
이 정도면 의뢰한 놈도 만족하겠지.
Good lord. Okay. I didn't even use Dimension Shredder this time. She just did that much damage. Merceau is unfortunately bringing up the rear, but Ishmael never took damage. May thou mayhaps checketh thy DMs? Yeah, sure, fine. Let's go. God dang it. I hate you, Sausage. I hate you, you know that? I got 528 of the currency from that fight. Literally not a fight. Okay. The negotiation. You could count Nosferatu as one, but that's an Abno. It's an Abno. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon, or create a kindred here. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Lording Mephistopheles has re-established my connection with Faust. Did you know that this would work? No, and as I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypotheses. This success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Rhodia's fascination with gambling. I don't think it does. A faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced toward the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master keycard? If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible. And thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this keycard, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival. We will have no way to relay our news, whether ones of success or failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would inform us that the contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, What takes precedence over that contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that wasn't something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train? And its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet... I shan't allow this! Oh no. Don Quixote. I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her. Again. What? You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend the aeons inside this... I care not. I would welcome the aeons, should it mean the aeons of penance for thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already been pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me! Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire! Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Then I shall. Fill the millennia with the tales of legend I had read in the magazines. No time, however infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly you are aware that your suggestion is not solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way. No? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom, Faust, Manager Esquire. Is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain and the sinners remain unharmed? Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second, but we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgressions of creating another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become the second kindred of mine. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps into Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what do you mean, the solution? According to this information I had viewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Oh. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... I'm not doing it. My door is open. I'm sorry. I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Ah! Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante. In sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that hath struck me, it hath been a loyal steed by my side for however long it hath been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Ah, Manager Esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Aha, be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as small girl. Evacuate, evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running I mean Rocinante. Oh, I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Manager Esquire, would care to ask me how Rocinante fares. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together, even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. What are people talking about in chat right now? We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off? Fie, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou maketh. She looked at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the boss, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then darkness. No, that's impossible. Oh. In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. You are the second kindred? How did you... I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura, and a long fur adornment of sorts. Through the shimmering aura I think I saw red eyes. You have committed a sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice. Thank you for the 5 coffee. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg! Insolent worm. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rises around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No, a language worming its way out of your mouth, maw shall be worth my ears. I need to retry that. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. 8 bleed potency. Rapidly yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Ah, you. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante, to me. Rocinante, I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet one by one. Ah, one day. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Let's praise Don for finally coming out as gay. Jeez.
Okay, I was not expecting that. I really was not expecting that. She doesn't get Meat Lantern because she's a silly goober. She gets a Meat Lantern because she's a horrific being pretending to be cute. She donnas one of her eyes red. She does, doesn't she? Dante and Don's feet art are just $8.99. Stop that. Alright, uncertainty. Sometime later. Can somebody explain what just happened? In a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Most personnel had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Blood Fiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Thanks, Merceau. Wait. Who are those 3? Faust. The manager. And Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Huh? Really? The 3 of you? Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have time to notice that? Oh boy. I have identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices, moments before my loss of consciousness. He just guessed. Right, so what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold? She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at a risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the Blood Fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would all fall on me. That's, you know... Wait, that reminds me. Where's the key card? Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands. Who is in a far more presentable state than he was before. Alright. Wait, so what about the key card he was holding, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded in with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with the middle phalanges. Wait. Oh. Oh no. Everyone calm down. Calm down! I said calm down! I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of these doors open? The master keycard is not absolutely necessary element to resolving this situation. What? How? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, I will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. I said I will be delivered. They were just like, as forgiveness for this act, I will let you devour me. What? Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. We can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in. Sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Huh? Ask someone after me. To explicate, it can... Grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained the simpler gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. Oh. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds, going by the A-Corp timescale. All we must do is to remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait, are you seriously gonna just open that door? With this many doors in here, are you sure that's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured. Lass, at least tell us what's past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oi, wait! Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now please, enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Huh? Aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes. I got sand in my... Wait, no way. Is this a sandstorm? But aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out colorful series of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in the same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there as urgently as she had heard us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corp platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we would never make it. Whoa, are you guys okay? How did these passengers... We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that the W-Corp cleanup agents in the middle of the cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees at Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there. Oh, that? Huh, I've never seen it in action before. Thanks, let me go check. That hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled to. Inside it was... Huh? There isn't anyone in here. Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate. I guess these folks aren't all there in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken? I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. I believe that that guy was from the LCCA or the LCCB or something. Definitely a disposal chute. Or that. That could also be possible. That could be possible. Have we arrived? Rise and shine, lass. I don't know if I've been up yet. I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Understood. Any and all relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA, and... Virgilius was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside the train with a serious expression. I will now leave with Charon and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room that moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen. Because it was the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. Ha! I do not find it regrettable that you were made to return the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is. That is something I have been aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA's superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters' authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may remain obscured still, we are once again returned. Returned? That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating upon what's next in our path, and the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, had returned. Yes. Faust replied to Yi Sang's nebulous words with a quiet affirmation. Please, do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again? What? She shot a puzzled look at Yi Sang. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yi Sang mused ambiguously before leaving us. Whew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but I also learned so much about so many things. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. I think he was referring to Faust, who wasn't talking with all the other Fausts. He's literally just trying to hit on her. How do we find ourselves at P-Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched? I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out on big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me, too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. Not flirting, just saying, hey, you weren't a complete emotionless jerk-ass while we were in there. You should be like that more. So true, so true. Oh, thank God there's not a farming stage. Honestly. I hate those. Even if it isn't a dungeon, I don't like having to redo the final fight repeatedly. Is it funny that Dawn's ego causes bleeding and heals her? Oh my God, you're right. Any theory on what the P stands for? It definitely stands for penis, obviously. Sorry. What rewards do we want to grab? I'll obviously be getting all of these before Walpurgisnacht. I think Walpurgisnacht is happening September 13th. 12th. Technically 11th. Everybody says there is, it's the last one. You will hate Mirror Dungeon Pack even more. That's what I was gonna say. I kind of want to do a Mirror Dungeon run. A charged Mirror Dungeon run. Because We definitely can, right? It's on the 5th. How do you know that? Because Earl King is at the 22nd of August. How do you know? If Earl King is coming out by himself, there's a good likelihood that he's coming out on a middle week. Mirror dungeons give around 200 or more with the boost. That's so true. It gives 220 for a hard dungeon. I've already run one once. I'm not looking forward to fighting that guy repeatedly, though. He's a little annoying. Is it the entire fight, or is it just Cassetti in the mirror dungeon? You can tell me, because it's not that big of a spoiler. I'm going to be playing it anyways. Look at the roadmap. I don't want to. There was no dates on any of the ones. I know they're not doing him next week. I get that. 2 weeks before banner changes. You know that hasn't stopped them before. There was a big stream about the roadmap, but they didn't show any exact dates. So oh, I'm out of Starlight. Whoopsie. Okay, that's fine. It literally doesn't matter, as long as I can get all the starting gifts, and that one. Yeah. Alright, let's do a mirror dungeon. Let's do a charged mirror dungeon. I am going to bring W Corp, though, so I don't really care for this, but... I will now equip charged Don Quixote. I believe everybody has ego equipped, right? Yeah, everybody's got all their ego equipped. Good. Charge mirror dungeon it is. We've got 4... Yeah, we've got the 4 good W Corp 3 stars, and then the 2 multi-crack ones. I'm hungry, and so I'll be leaving, at least for now. It was great hanging around. Oh, we'll not be going for much longer. I'm just going to do this mirror dungeon run, and then we'll call it, probably. This is already the maximum boost, by the way, so... Too bad my charge IDs are level 1. All of mine are level 45. I'm gonna put up the new stuff in the thing later. Well, we definitely need wrist guards, so... The 4 horses of the apocalypse. Don't drink a person. Not Yi-Sang. I like how it just lets me do this. No, we're not bringing Yi-Sang. He's not important. Okay, slots 1 and 2 are Ryoshu and Merceau. Then Faust, then Don Heath. Oh, no, Otis shouldn't be last. So yeah, Don Quixote being a blood fiend is an interesting one. Somebody said this before, and I just immediately dismissed it because who would believe that? You know? This guy might actually just die. Nope, not even close. Okay. I got all mine to 40. We need a 2-star ID for Sinclair. That does not mean we are going to get one. That was more than enough to clear the event. What was? Next full perk is knocked. Should I spark Ish or Rhodia's ego? I missed them last time. I would say if you're gonna get one of them, get Ishmael's. Yeah. Rhodia's isn't very universally useful. Second generation? I don't know what that means, though. Is the thing. What does it mean to be a second generation blood fiend? Also, yeah, this is going to be a lot more boring than the actual story, for the record, because I am just going to be clicking win rate. You're going to be like, but Cass, how can you click win rate? You have 2 IDs in your team that if they don't have enough charge, they blow themselves up. Actually, I have 4.
Only good in bleed meta? There's no bleed meta. It's just good in bleed teams. Pretty sure that the guy in the Kanto 7 teaser is going to be the barber that the Blood Fiend guy mentioned. I mean, he probably is.
정리 시간이다.
Next season is clearly the bleed season. Rodia's ego will be fundamental. We'll come to that when it happens.
충전 기능 점.
I'm not going to believe anything until we actually get... We're not going to get a Blood Fiend ID for Don Quixote, chat. From what it looks like, she's way too powerful to be available to the sinners.
충전 기능
Is anything like Vampire the Masquerade 2nd generation means you were made by the first vampires? It was practically a walking apocalypse. Each generation is weaker than the previous one. Well, that makes sense, yeah. This is actually such good information. Your parent and your kid would be the 2nd generation. I know how numbers work.
충전 기능 점검. 단순히 정리해라. 맘.
Self-bleed? God, I hope not. Self-bleed was so awkward in Ruina. Is part of the issue. Like, only Jikan even had passives that had anything to do with it. You know? Oh, hey, Nebulizer. That's a really good early pickup. You're better.
문 up.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of new gifts in the new pack, right? I haven't even seen any of them. Isn't Earl King a bit too strong? We aren't getting an Earl King ID. We know that already. We know the name of the ID. It's Wild Hunt Heathcliff, not Earl King Heathcliff. It's not the same.
출력 최대치.
Posted the fusions in Xenoblade? Wait, oh, you mean the recipes for the fusions? I guess I'll look at them before I go into the last crafting thing, but I'm not gonna worry about it until I get there. You know, this is just therapeutic, easy gameplay after... I mean, to be fair, that most of those levels weren't that hard, but that's not the point. It was pretty easy. Whoever come in and said that earlier. 8 new gifts and +4 fusion gifts. Oh, we got a repeat of the time-killing time event. Alright. Okay, you want to see how you play Charge in Mirror Dungeon? Get unlucky, apparently. Okay, you just get unlucky. Normally you'd want to get this up too, but we don't have enough money, so. But yeah, we are now set for Charge forever. We don't even need Lightning Rod.
모델 45-3 충전.
Warp was easier than time
전투
killing?
준비
I believe that that is correct, yeah.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Nothing matters anymore. We start with over 10 charge. We can literally do whatever we want. Chose the murder pack at last 4, you get 12 center fights.
다음은 어디요?
Oh, really? I guess that makes sense. Since, you know, the event lets you pick 12 sinners, right?
맘.
How did you get charge type gloves? I used 500 500 Starlight for the automatic
공격 범위
tier 4 gift at start.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
You can guarantee either the gift, the tier 4 gift that actually does something from the archetype, or you can get the gem that boosts ego from the archetype, which is not very good. Alright, the thing I need isn't here. Is it here, though? No?
There is a charge gift here, though, I suppose. I'd rather have Scarlet Moths, honestly. Yeah, it wasn't a distortion, technically. What if you get the fragment? I don't think you can get the fragment from that. I could be wrong, though. Yeah, we'll take another rip dimension. No, we won't. Okay. I can't sell any of these. 45 more? Nope. Okay. We're gonna buy this. And then just not get another skill. Usually I'd like to give Don or Ryoshu another skill 3 with this team.
목적지까지 가기 위하여.
Yeah, if you just reset, if you don't get the right gift, you can just go back in. It refunds your cost, or it refunds everything if you don't start any of the fights. Money gift? No, the money. It's 4 cost per fight. It wasn't Voracious Hammer, it was the other one. Golden Urn is not very good. Leon is almost certainly correct in chat. We'll get Blood Fiend Hunters as IDs. Because of course we will. So why wouldn't we, you know? What we really need right now is a healing gift, chat. And then we're completely set for the entire thing. A healing gift and interference force field. Because that's actually a good gift now. They changed the charge combined gift to make it actually good. I should probably have Dawn in slot 3. Bloodfiend Sinclair. Maybe not. Well, we know what our next enemy is. Our next enemy is the Purple Moon. We literally know nothing about P-Corp, so I don't think there's any way to really guess what's coming next. Do you think that the friend Don cared for was a hunter? I'd have never read Don Quixote. PepsiCo? That technically works, I guess. We're fighting Purple Guy from FNAF? Yo, sick?
매뉴얼은 모두 직접 숙지시켰으니 당연한 결과다.
Oh, hey. That's nice. I will take the coin. Sinclair's dad. Oh, you're right. Aren't the multi-crack from there? Yes, they are. I completely forgot that Sinclair's dad worked for P-Corp. Person in the roadmap artwork is a hunter? No, I think the theory is that the person in the roadmap artwork is the barber. I can turn this back down now. Since we're done hearing the unique music from the actual chapter. I love Otis because she just kind of yeets herself off the screen every turn. Does they have prosthetic pee-pee? I certainly hope... I guess it wouldn't matter, right? You know?
처리했습니다.
Can't believe they really made my sweet Sasha a bloody blood fiend in the end. She wasn't a blood fiend, though. She was just the minion of one. Given how Dawn willingly put the shoes back on and returned to being a buffoon, I'm gonna bet that she isn't happy with being a blood-sucking monster and embraces the simple-minded pursuit of justice. I'm pretty sure you're right. Do you think PM is doing power creep? I feel like I don't need to answer that, because I think you know the answer already. I know that PM is doing power creep. Have you not? Like, you've seen the new IDs, right? The level of power that your sinners have has progressively been getting higher as the game progresses. Like, there is power creep. That's not a question.
단숨에 정리하고.
모을 필요는 없겠군요.
다음은 어디요?
Okay, we're killing this guy in one turn. And by this guy, I mean this phase. Because it should be easy.
공격 범위 확인.
Literally releases an ID with 3 skill 3s. W. Merceau is not multi-crack Heathcliff. That's so true. Like, I have them in the same team. You can see them functioning on the same level. Merceau is not getting top damage. Right? It's just not a thing that's happening today. This is such an easy fight, man. I wish it was harder. This Doomsday Calendar is cool. Stop.
방해물을 제거합니다.
출력 최대치.
Wow, that was a lot of damage.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
Just a tiny bit stronger? That's true. God, they do not like giving me ego gifts, huh? Well, there's no... It's not here, so we go for generator. I always thought Forget Calendar is a he. Yeah, I know, right? It's so weak compared to the rest of them. Let's enhance. It doesn't really look like we're getting to Perpetual Motion Machine this time around. So I'll just enhance this. There we go. We never have problems with charge again. We will literally generate upwards of 15 charge a turn by doing nothing.
모델 45-3
You know you can refresh?
전투 준비 완료.
Like, the upgrade menu? What are you talking about?
방해물을 제거합니다.
Imitative Generator is too good to pass up. Like, you wouldn't skip that, even if you have the opportunity to get combined gift. Hi, Merceau.
공간을 뭉갠다.
I was told that there's 8 new fusion gifts, Kuro. How long was that clash? Yeah, I'm not gonna re-roll if Imitative Generator is an option. It's just not worth it. Okay, quick recharge it is.
방해물을 제거합니다.
I said 4. Somebody... There are 8 new gifts, 4 of which being fusion gifts. Yes, that is what was said. Oh, what is happening here? Why is this hopeless? That's strange.
충전 기능 정. 단숨에 정리하도록.
That'll fix it. I did not say infusion gifts.
넌 반드시 부서진다.
Oh, I probably should have dealt with that one too, huh?
제압 완료.
I forget how annoying these guys are. I know he's at 45 SP, but he also flipped tails twice there, so you know. Then perish. Yeah, we need something that can heal us. That would be nice. What is wrong with you? Just don't attack then.
눈에 색을
처리했습니다.
You'll probably get staggered before you get hit anyways.
온전히 있어라.
Average P quad? That's a terrible autocorrect.
지금이 기회인 것 같소.
공격 범위 확인.
It's okay, we will just heal at the next shop, if necessary.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
Come on, material interference field. Actually, it doesn't even matter anymore. I'm not gonna get another chance to combine them until the end of floor 5. I don't think.
목적지까지 가기
Yes, you are not in the right. I wasn't on the stream at the moment, but everyone says so, so I assume it's true. Fair enough.
방해물을 제거합니다.
You want to remember these guys? They definitely still exist. Not for long, though.
공간을 뭉갠다.
I'm always wrong and evil. Why do you have to throw the evil in there? What did I do?
공격 범위 확인.
This event is pretty cool, but I am also now very concerned about a lot of things. That's fair. That's very fair.
승객 보관 준비.
처리했습니다.
Oh yeah, somebody needs to remind me to change my company after we end this, so that I can people can actually borrow Dimension Shredder and stuff.
잠깐만. 아직 충전
I love that the Peck Quad Town, especially their minus coin that guarantees a 14 on the last coin. Yeah, they're so cool, aren't they?
충전 기능 점검.
It's because you hate Faust? Only as a character. He's still attractive. Cass is always wrong and always horny. One of those things is true. I'll let you take your pick on which one you think it is.
내가 먼저다. 모을 필요는 없겠군요.
지금이 기회인 것 같소.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
다음은 어디요? 맘.
It's a good reason to consider them evil. What? What do you mean bad taste? Did I not say she was attractive? Whoops, that was the wrong thing.
Dawn? I've never done that. Continue? Oh. Okay, well, I would have rather a talisman bundle, but I guess it doesn't matter.
모델 45-3 충전.
Saying she is attractive, but you hate her as a character just makes it worse. Oh, gnomes. Very cool. This is a focus fight.
충전 기능 점검.
Oh well.
단숨에 정리해라.
He's too good for a 2-star ID? He's on par with most Season 1 3-stars, yeah. Better than a lot of them, in fact. New Heathcliff looks pretty good. Need to test him out. He's insanely good, yeah. They're both insanely good. Way better in Mirror Dungeon, but yeah. Here we just get a new guy? What? Well, when the warp event was first teased in the first roadmap till Kanto 7, people keep on speculating on what character would be returning from the previous game. Nobody... I didn't think any characters were going to be necessarily returning from a previous game at all. Like, it didn't seem reasonable for them to return them. Like, there'd be no reason for us to interact with... Oh, hey! To interact with, the Warp Company from the previous game. You know?
모델 45-3 충전.
I can't actually combine this into another gift until the end of Floor 5, though. Which sucks. The dog... I believe this is usually a pretty easy one. In fact, this seems... Oh, you know what? This is funnier. Because I got a DDEDR happening afterwards, so... And then I will Electric Screaming, because of course.
충전 기능 점검.
This is how you fight bosses. The amount of people in your Discord naming Jaehyun, I'm just like, nah, I don't think they are relevant. Especially since they are gone. Nobody from the Blue Reverberation is coming back. Oh, I forgot that I had the coin.
눈을 떼지 마. 한순간이라도 놓친다. 영원히 방황할 테니.
Well, at least I killed all the umbrellas. I guess. I'm gonna need to figure out a way to get SP back. Crack cocaine. So true. Wet dog. Welcome back the middle. What? I don't even have any of them on right now. Oh, I should have used the corroded version. Oh well. It's still 10% damage, right? Stop. Stop that, silly dog.
그대에게 보이는 이 전기 불꽃은 무슨 색을 띠고 있는가?
Of course Faust is moving last, okay. No, you target that. There. That's the most damage I can do without full targeting the head, which I probably should have just done anyways. Did you know Zhang Shna? What? The joke is Envy Resonance, oh. Just use Fluid Sac. Oh. Yeah, no, this is a charge run. We don't need Fluid Sac where we're going. Honestly, I think Fluid Sac's a little overrated. Remember, I did the entirety of Railway 4 without Fluid Sac, and I still got a 60-turn clear on my first attempt with no resets. You absolutely do not need it to do well in this game.
출력 최대치.
What the heck is happening here? Okay. We'll just kill him. I know I'm losing sanity, but who cares? You know?
공격 범위 확인.
I actually think it's 2 per skill per hit. No. It's 2 per skill. Wait, hold on. Are you correct? Otis is already gone, unfortunately, so the boss is gonna die. Was Otis at 23 speed? The only team who needs fluid sac is charge. They kill themselves. No, they don't. An imitative generator. The best gift in the game. Not true, but it is pretty close. This is gonna give me the gem. It didn't give me anything. Okay, whatever. Curriculum vitae is the next piece of the puzzle. What do you mean it's permanent account damage? It's a good eco. We're not denying that. Oh, that's really good, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna take a second DDER. I'm gonna use an energy drink because I do realize that I'm a little damaged. Nothing. Can I have something that heals me, please? There's just nothing that heals here. I can sell this because it's useless. I'll buy Carmilla. Yes, picking those chance to get charge ego gifts is like the let's go gambling, aw dang it. Well, I don't have a reason not to pick them, do I? Why are you everywhere, by the way? I don't like these guys, they just show up. And yeah, the cool thing about charge is that if you get material interference force field, they don't kill themselves anymore because all the damage goes into their shield instead. Alright, buddy. But yeah, it turns out that great minds think alike, right? In the fan story I'm writing, Canto 7 is a Blood Fiend Canto. Because, you know, it's based on Carmilla. So, you picked the Poise pack? What's wrong with that? Healing gifts can appear in any pack. Oh yeah, defibrillator's good too. Don't care? That's so true, yeah. Defibrillator is actually a pretty good gift. If you're playing charge. Only if you're playing... If you're not playing charge, it's literally useless, but... No, I'll just take the Lucky Horseshoe or whatever it's called. Or not, I guess. Very cool. Yeah, that's my clover. I have nebulizers, so this is a good idea. I think you asked why these guys were everywhere. I forgot already. Hey, it's the P-Quad. The P-Squad, as I like to call them. They're gonna die pretty quick. I know I gave them a ton of extra HP, but Carmilla offsets that, so... Or the new tier 3 event gift that assists in... Okay. P-Squad. They're the P-Squad. You know, the P-Squad? They like to pee, I guess. And then after this I can buy, like, the banner and the animated thing. You are actually a whale? I find that unlikely. Centipede fits so much better.
Don't you know?
방해물을 제거합니다. 모을 필요는 없겠군요.
How are the Toucan doing? Cass, are you the pee squad? I haven't had to pee this entire stream. Which is probably not a good thing, actually, now that I think about it. But the stream isn't gonna last much longer, so... There's 4 fusion gifts. We know this. We don't have very many Pierce gifts, so we just take Pendant. Or Pierce skills, rather. I guess our ego is Pierce skills, but I don't know if those count.
전투 준비 완료.
Why are you like this game? Stop making me fight gnomes. Go pee and drink ice water? I will. Trust me, I will.
출력 최대치. 지금이 기회인 것 같소.
Yeah, I can see 4. There are 4 gifts. Every single combination of the other 2 gifts gives you a different combined gift.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Yeah, Pierce is... No, it's not just for ammo IDs. It gives clash power to everyone using Pierce. Like, I take that bag. I take the thing whenever. If Cass had P Squad inside him, that's literally Vor. Sure. Oh, wait, hold on. I can do this now, so I will. This is an insanely good gift now. We enhance No, we enhance Carmilla just to speed this up. And then I enhance Nebulizer because why wouldn't you? And then I have $10. So. Is manager level 99 max? No, there's a guy on my friends list who's like level 114. Mirror Dungeon Run? That's correct. Oh, this is Sentata. I forgot you can fight him in here. There shouldn't be a problem. Want my Wild Hunt Heath so I can horse around? Wow. I don't think there is a max yet. 260? What, are they playing non-stop since the game came out?
설마 벌써 죽었냐?
The shower is his mortal enemy. How much do you have to play to get to 260? Well, let me put it this way, Faye. I have 1,000 hours in this game, and I'm level 99. So, probably about 4,000 hours. Which is a lot. Maybe a little bit more than I am willing to put in. But, you know. No, Leon. 260 on their account level. Which is too much, frankly.
You're playing this game too much if you're at that high of a level at this point. I'm playing the game too much.
잘했습니다.
Yep, there he is. This is a terrible skill layout for this fight. You know what I will do? I will use Electric Screaming. Because I think it's funny. And this guy's weak to Pierce anyway.
이제 가진 것은 이 전기밖에 없는데 이것까지.
If there's the second one. Just as Master
이제
Kim
가진 것은
planned.
이 전기밖에 없는데
Nice skill ones, I know, right?
이것까지.
It literally doesn't change anything, but, you know. I never used Heath in the front yet. Heath is just as strong as Faust. I mean, not really. He's weaker than Faust, but he is very, very strong. You get what I'm getting at? How are you... Okay, this doesn't matter still.
공격 범위 확인.
He's not even gonna get a chance to use that block. See? We're fine. Why does that have 5 coin power? The heck? Perish. There we go. I'm level 42. Yeah. There is no such thing as playing a game too much in a gacha game player's vocabulary. I'm playing the game. You know what? I maybe don't want to give them 2+ coin power. That sounds like a bad idea. Let's take Helterfly's Dream instead. It's okay, we'll just get it from this. Or not. The 50-50, man. Alright, this is the first time I'm picking this. Yeah, I gotta get the new gifts, I gotta combine them. And whatnot. Well... We can sell everything we don't need. We can sell this, it's useless. Sell this. We don't need this. We don't need this, because we have Zippo Lighter. I probably want to keep the rest. I can sell the pendant. It's not doing much. There's a healing gift. Yo. Man, this is never not being taken. If it shows up. Sundered Memory. It's tempting, but I don't need it. Have not seen a new gift yet. I'm not gonna see one. We're just gonna buy Curriculum Vitae. Okay. Would dump their money the way is that question? Sure. I don't know what you were responding to. You also have to take into account how many levels higher than the Mirror Dungeon hard enemies get. Do you? I'm not sure you do. I've never done so.
모드의 45i-3 충전. 전투 준비 완료.
This is not the right music.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
이제 가진 것은 이 전기밖에 없는데.
Spending a lot of money. Yeah, I guess. I would never spend money on this game again, honestly.
이제 가진 것은
I've
이
done it
전기밖에
like
없는데.
twice. But I'm at the point where my account has so many resources that I just don't need to anymore. You know?
승객이 무리하다. 확인.
So are these guys gonna have backup in Mirror Dungeon too? That would be annoying, actually. They definitely do. That's really obnoxious. I know it does. But it wouldn't give me a gift from this floor, so... Someone would be insane enough to spend that much money, then someone insane enough to get to 260 for grinding. I don't know, man. I'm not one to question it, I guess. I just don't think it's worth the time investment, regardless. Or I guess not worth the investment, regardless, I should just say. How many enemies are in this fight? I saw the struggling and didn't do anything about it, I realize. Nice hit. Ow. Yep, I'm not surprised at that loss. Ow. That did a lot of damage. I'll have to keep that in mind when I try to win rate these fights, I guess. How many enemies are here? Like, can you tell, or is it just on amount? You know, I'm gonna pursue it. This fight is a soft launch. I don't think you should question gacha player sanity. I think I'm becoming one. Source at one point to ego clash every skill constantly on the third wave of the new boss on hard mirror, even with bloody mist. It was an experience. Really? He only gains 10 offense level. Alright, seriously? Stop spawning in enemies. It's cringy. I'm more concerned with it just taking forever to get through these fights.
야, 설마 벌써 죽었냐?
Did Faust just take a ton of damage? And if so, why? That's money. I can't tell what a challenge fight looks like in here yet. Past the dividing door, I see several W Corp cleanup agents who have been turned into blood bags. They're endlessly wandering the train car like they're patrolling the area. Signs of a brutal fight litter the floor, various agent gears covered in blood and viscera. They haven't noticed us yet. We could probably sneak up behind them, but maybe there's something we could use among the gears littered the floor. They're all gonna be charge ego gifts, I'm guessing. Let's look for something useful. Ooh. And of course, W Corp gets a bonus in it. There are a few useful gears lying around the cleanup agent's feet. If they're W Corp tech, they could become useful in future battles. Otis gingerly crawls up to where the items are. The blood bags haven't noticed Otis yet. Oh, we're not done. The center in the vanguard looks left to the right, then at me. Cleanup agents are stepping in two different items on the floor. Every single blood bag in this car will notice us as soon as we take even one of them. Being greedy and trying to take both of them will slow us down too much. Let's choose which of the two seems more useful. Weapon. We sprinted to the next car as soon as we picked up the weapon. Skill 1s that gain charge count gain clash power and deal 5% more damage. If that skill 1 was a single coin skill, gain clash power +1 and deal 12.5% more damage. Okay. Okay, that one is not used in the fusion gifts, apparently. There are more than 8 new gifts, chat. Who lied to me? Like,
Fight for 2 gifts? Wow, shut up. I didn't know. I wasn't reading. As we were waiting around on the platform, we happened to across a fixer equipped with various prosthetic parts. A cool costume and 4 mechanical arms. That was more than enough to draw the interest of a few sinners. They all look at them intently. Maybe the fixer felt their gaze. They turn around and look back in our direction. I noticed that you've been watching me for a while. What's up? Keywordless, game keywordless. Nothing. Have a nice trip. First, it's sturdy. I commissioned it from one of the more expensive workshops, you know? Also, think about how often you hurt your arms and hands as you're doing fixer work. I'm telling you, prosthetic maintenance is way cheaper than getting your flesh regenerated. Oh, another thing. You don't have to hold your phone awkwardly with your cheek when you're typing and calling at the same time. You can open a can of ice cream with a pair of hands while the other goes over some documents. Man, back when I was working in the western regions, I had so much work that I even thought about installing more sets of arms beyond these 4. It's not like I've got ears myself, but I'm starting to understand what it means to talk someone's ear off. Yep, throw 'em up north. Was it the outfit? I guess northern outfits do stand out with how heavily we're dressed. Ooh, I really enjoy the sights down south. I can actually take in the horizon, you know? Up north, we've got so many damn tall buildings that we basically don't even see a proper horizon. It's even worse in downtown areas. It's like I'm walking through a building jungle. Your weapons are pretty simple, huh? Gotta color them, put some dangly bits on them, and make them stand out. Catch my drift? They'll look down on you if you can't immediately show how impressive you are. Oh, also another thing. Let me tell you folks about the tricolor canned ice cream they sell back in my hometown. Man, it's a real delicacy if you ever... It's not like I've... Trains here, gotta go. Well, my curious friends, they say that there are no chance meetings in this world. Take this, why don't you? Canned ice cream. When an ally loses HP due to their own attack skill effect, heal half of the HP lost due to the skill effect at the next turn start. I wanted to read that. When an ally heals HP due to an ego skill effect, heal 12.5% more HP. Neat.
빨리 시작하시죠.
Yeah, there's at least 10 new gifts. This is a challenge fight. There's the phasmophobia noise. Only one... Oh, I am clashing through. Okay. And guess who posted the misinfo in Xenoblade? Hito did. Apparently. Did I just distort? Or corrode? No, I didn't. That was just how that skill looks. Faith just makes it so that I don't have to care about what ego I use, huh? That's really strong, isn't it? Yeah, sure. Am I even gonna get a chance to use Dimension Shredder here? Oh yeah.
눈을 떼지 마. 한순간이라도 놓친다면 영원히 방황할 테니.
The skill is so extra for what it does. No, it is 3 per skill. I got 6 because I used it twice. In a single turn. You're not supposed to be able to do that, remember? So yeah, she's got a ton of haste and load, but that's because she uses the skill twice.
공격 범위 확인.
공간을 뭉갠다. 승객 무력 확인.
I can tell how many gifts are actually added if I just look at like the dang Ego Gift Compendium, because it'll literally tell me.
Mum.
But yeah, it seems like every ego from now on is going to be a lot more extra. Like, even Fell Bullet is really extra for what it does. I mean, it basically does nothing, let's be real. I'll just take the event. Prosthetic body blocks the passageway between two train cars. We approach them carefully, but just in case this is a blood bag. It is a blood bag, just dormant and immobilized. A closer inspection through the mechanical joints reveals that any flesh that was once there has been completely desiccated. That's 2 per hit skill still, since you hit 3 targets. No, it's not. You gain 1 per hit, and I hit 3 targets. And I used the skill twice. Did you miss the part where I said I used the skill twice? The limit is per skill used, not... And the limit is 3 gained per skill. So if I hit 2 targets, that'll give you 3, because it gives you 2 per target hit. Is that a mobile appointment? Swollen veins burst through the steel armor, turning it into red glowing crystals all over the prosthetic body. Though their expression is unobservable, it isn't hard to imagine that palpable pain must have been involved in this process. The fixer's last moments left them in a twisted form that couldn't have been born from anything else but unimaginable pain. We're gonna get the charge ego gift. Or maybe we won't. Who knows? We're fine. There isn't much we can do to help. Faust points at a mechanical part that we were investigating the prosthetic body. While its master can no longer move, the mechanical parts are still in operation. For a moment, I wonder if they can revert a broken prosthetic as well once the train reaches its destination. Considering that the passengers' clothes are reverted too, it's likely that the same will apply to the prosthetics. And it's probably okay to borrow a part for a while, right? I asked Faust to dismantle the prosthetic.
파우스트의 계산대로네요.
Allies gain haste and charge count equal to the number of charge count gaining base attack skills used this turn. When a multi-crack office identity gains or consumes charge count with a base attack skill, they gain 1 additional charge count. Cool. Okay. Let's see if we can't get any of the other gifts while we're here. We're gonna sell everything that's useless, so... what is useless here? Oscillating bracelet. Ashes to ashes. That's basically it, actually. I can sell night vision, I guess, but I don't really want to. That's new. Regenerative battery. Allies with charge count gain 1 offense level with every clash, or when max 6. Turn end, identities with 10 plus charge count gain 1 haste next turn. At 18 plus charge count, gain 3 offense level up. Sure. Seems pretty good. White Gossipium. Nothing else new, but I am gonna sell night vision goggles so I can buy that cigarette holder. Because cigarette holder is very good. That's 1 fusion? Yeah, you're only gonna be able to get 1 per run anyway. I assume it's a charge gift, right? Lamb. Yeah, it's a charge gift, okay. This gift activates when 5 or more identities have attack skills that gain charge count or unique charge effects. Base attack skills that consume charge gain coin power plus 1. Oh. And deal charge count consumed by that skill times 4% more damage, up to 40%. Allies with charge count gain 1 haste and 1 damage up for every instance they used a base attack skill that consumes charge count in this encounter. If a multi-crack office identity has 5 plus charge, they gain coin power plus 1. That's insane. What? I can't even afford to enhance anything. Sell Carmilla? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. My bad. It literally shouldn't matter, but my bad. I got 2, but I got lucky in the shop. You would have to have one of the events not show up, right? Because of how they work. Okay, so all skills that spend charge just get a free coin power now? If I read that correctly? Oh yeah. And basically all my skills spend charge. This is gonna be a little ridiculous, I think. Why was Heathcliff's SP so low? What happened there?
효율적으로.
This is a good battle theme, by the way.
기능 점검.
It's a little quiet, but it's a good theme.
처리했습니다.
With all luck, you can get 4 that serve diffusion.
설마 벌써
No, that's not what I said. Double use of binds. I have faith, chat.
공간을 뭉갠다. 제압 완료.
Using binds doesn't matter, because I used a positive coin skill.
벌써 끝나가는 것만.
Unless the fight ended that turn, which I don't think it did. Oh, hello, Sasha. Are you ready to die? I hope you are. Because you will.
효율적으로.
That was a lot of damage. It wasn't even skill 3. Oh, she's dead in 2 attacks. Excellent.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 중.
안전히 있어라.
I love that their bodies are just not disappearing, they're just standing there. Yeah, it would have been a really bad idea to play this on my own the night before the actual thing. I would have gotten so spoiled by it. I'm so glad I didn't do that. That spends charge, right? No, it doesn't, actually. Weird.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
But I have 2... He has 3,500 HP. Jesus. I don't think I'm going to be able to stagger him before he does his thing. Unless he just doesn't do that in this. Which I don't know why he wouldn't do that.
출력 최대치.
Have I ever lied to you? Yes, frequently. Actually. Okay, this still shouldn't hurt that much, though. So, like, it's probably fine. Just sucks that I have to guard the entire thing, you know? Cool animation, I guess. Why did some of them just... Oh, because the evades activate later. That's right. Yeah, that didn't hurt that much. That was fine. And he only does it once. Oh, that's gonna go so hard, actually. I didn't even consider Merso's skill 3. And how high that would roll.
공격범위 확인.
But it's gonna roll pretty high. I know he's unstaggerable on that turn, but after he uses the mass attack, the fight just ends anyways, so it doesn't... It literally doesn't matter. Yeah, so much for... What is it with Otis and always getting 1 tails when I need her not to?
출력
I don't understand why it's always her. And there's the big thing, which I have to clash with, right? The heck? I didn't even know you could use that this turn. Okay. Cool. Bad bag. She's old, leave her alone. She's younger than Don Quixote, apparently. I haven't seen the animation yet. I don't want to redo the fight. Sorry. I need to end the fight so that I can eat dinner. Because it is late and I'm hungry. All I had for lunch was some shrimp. Like, you can't blame me for being hungry after that. I just... Oh no, that only has 3 points. Oh, he's dead to this attack. No, he's not. What just happened? Okay, whatever. He's dead now. That's for sure. You might actually just be dead to this. Yep, he's just dead to that. Okay. When Don called Merceau young, I was like, how old are you? I thought it was just referencing the fact that Merceau's book is the newest one. But it makes more sense now. Look at her getting bottom damage. She's so weak. 396. God, there's a lot you get from that. Wow. I won't be doing hard runs anymore, but oh well.
먼저 들어가셔도 괜찮습니다, 관리자.
All right.
저는 오늘도 막차.
Shut up, Otis. Let's get this and this so we can see what they look like. And the rest of my money is probably just going into pulls, right? I can get all of them right now. Give me the red boxes since I can't get all of them. Okay. Don't give me the red boxes then. Fine. It's gonna take a long time to get all this stuff anyways. Give me more thread. Watch it only be animated on the actual thing again. I was right. I have to change this to an ego so we can actually see it. Oh, that's cool. I wish I had something like that for identities, too. Thoughts on the Canto? We don't have a Canto. The Intervallo, it's pretty cool. It was kind of easy. But it's pretty cool. Good storytelling stuff, you know? I'm going to change this back now. Actually, Faust there. And then we have to see this stuff too. Let me just move all of these down one. Where's Madness? There it is. How many of these there are for Mobius, even though they do not matter. And the P Corp one. Oh, I see. Okay. Cool enough. Alright, chat. It's time for me to eat dinner. I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate Coffee giving out, giving me a bunch of money, which he seems want to do for some reason. So thank you for that. I don't know when the next anything is gonna be. I'm still looking for a job. I gotta be honest with you. I don't know when anything's gonna happen. If an update happens, there'll be a video about it. But aside from that, thank you for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And I hope to see you back again sometime soon. Bye!